Hi, good morning, this is Kalana. Can someone enable my video? Sorry. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Thrive HR Virtual Summit. My name is Kalata Holmes. I'm the Deputy Chief Human Capital Officer here at AmeriCorps, which I've been here exactly 2 years. So I'm very excited to share in this anniversary date with you all. I have 20 years of federal HR experience in a variety of human capital areas, including workforce planning, HR information systems development and modernization, policy, process improvement, and my first love, which is actually employee training and development, which is why I was also so excited to help put this event together for all of you, because I believe in this continuous learning and self-development. I want to again welcome our colleagues, esteemed guests, and human capital champions to day 2 of the summit. And if you were here yesterday, welcome back. I'd also love to know in the chat if you were here yesterday as well. Also, please share in the chat what agencies or organizations you're representing and where you happen to be in the world. As you know, yesterday, many of our guests were also from Canada. We had guests from private sector and public sector. So we'd love to share. And again, always encourage networking among our HR communities. Yesterday was an inspiration-packed day. We heard from Kara Hardin, CEO and founder of the Practice Lab, who spoke about the performance paradox, where things that make us successful in our roles often also make us feel anxious or stressed, because as strivers, we always want to do better and do more. Alan Sable, product manager for generative AI from ServiceNow, and Jeff Anoka, Deputy Chico from Department of Health and Human Services, shared with us real-life examples of how the organizations they support are using generative AI in HR. We also heard from Camila Smith, Senior Manager from Deloitte, and Cardell Johnson, Program Executive from GAO, about mentorship and sponsorship. And at the end of the day, after our town hall, we heard from Joyce Odidison, President of Interpersonal Wellness Services, as she brought the day full circle, where she shared the pitfalls of wellness programs and opportunities for improvement that can help deal with the anxiety, stress, and what's going on in the world right now. And wellness programs, if done well, can enhance ROI and increase overall employee benefits by creating holistic wellness programs, including competencies and KPIs. Today, we will continue on the threads created yesterday in many areas. It will include themes around psychological safety, transformation, learning culture, and how to thrive as a human capital champion. HR practitioners partner with supervisors and leaders to provide a safe, equitable, inclusive environment where employees can deliver, grow, and develop. It is important that we as human capital practitioners are given the tools, support, and knowledge to continue thriving in the face of constant environmental changes. And this is why we are hosting Thrive HR. We live in an era where change is not only inevitable, but also rapid and far-reaching. As HR professionals, we must navigate these changes skillfully to ensure that our organizations and employees not only survive, but prosper. While many of us are not on the front lines in our organizations, so maybe we're not the doctors or the nurses or the lawyers, but it is through our work, through our HR strategies, our practices, our dedication, and our diligence that the organization is able to recruit these people. They are able to recruit, retain, train, and develop our greatest asset people based on the work that we do. And that work allows our organizations to meet mission needs. So we can never forget how important we are as HR practitioners to every organization and the lives we touch. Let's also consider the technological advancements that are reshaping the workplace, one of which we discussed yesterday. The rise of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and automation is transforming the nature of work. Routine tasks are increasingly being automated, freeing up potential for more complex, creative, and strategic endeavors. So instead of seeing technology as a threat to our roles as HR practitioners, let's see it as an opportunity for us to continue to grow, develop, and transform the way we do business and go after more creative pursuits. As HR practitioners, we must embrace these technologies to streamline our processes, enhance our decision-making capabilities, and improve the employee experience. Equally important, as we speak about employee experience, are the shifting expectations of our workforce. Today's employees seek more than just a paycheck. They desire meaningful work, flexibility, and a supportive culture that values diversity, inclusion, and belonging. They want to work for organizations that align with their personal values and contribute positively to society. To meet these expectations, we must cultivate a culture that prioritizes employee well-being, continuous learning, and purpose-driven work. This requires a fundamental shift in how we approach our roles as HR professionals. We must become champions of employment engagement, employee experience, advocates for mental health, and architects of inclusive workplaces. By fostering an environment where employees feel valued and empowered, we can drive higher levels of motivation, productivity, and loyalty, while again enhancing our organization's ability to meet their mission. Moreover, the rise of remote and hybrid work models present both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, it offers greater employee flexibility and work-life balance. On the other hand, it necessitates new strategies for maintaining connection, collaboration, and culture. We must leverage technology to facilitate communication and collaboration, while also finding innovative ways to keep our teams engaged and cohesive regardless of their physical location. In addition to these technological and cultural shifts, we must also navigate the broader economic and geopolitical changes that impact our organizations. Economic fluctuations, regulatory changes, and global events can all create uncertainty and disruption. To thrive in this environment, we must develop agile HR strategies that can quickly adapt to changing circumstances. This means being proactive in our workforce planning, staying informed about external trends, and being prepared to pivot as needed. To thrive as HR practitioners in the face of constant change, we must embody a mindset of continuous learning and adaptability. And this is, again, as I'll keep reiterating, why we wanted to host this summit and continue to bring together the HR community. And every year we want to continue to see this event grow. Even yesterday, we already tripled the amount of attendance we had from last year. So we want to continue to see this growth and continue to see us all partners together to increase our abilities to thrive. Because our role as HR is more critical than ever. We've already discussed these reasons and the technology and the changes we need to embrace. Our first speaker, Kate Riley, who I will introduce you shortly, will speak to how HR can answer this call to action and address these ever constant changes in our environments. Following Kate, we will have Kimberly Williams, VP of People, Culture, and Compliance from Walker Advertising, who will discuss the dynamics of workplace culture and its impact on organizational success. We'll also learn about the hidden cost of tolerating toxic behavior, often embodied by the brilliant jerk, and discover strategies for mitigating these risks. She'll also explore the evolving landscape of legislation around acceptable workplace conduct and its implication for organizations. In this session, we will also be introduced to the Fair Not framework, which is a powerful tool for navigating difficult work scenarios with empathy and assertiveness, fostering a psychologically safe environment for all. After lunch, Dr. Jessica Sawyers, the Chief Learning Officer from the Veterans Health Administration, VHA, in the Department of Veteran Affairs, will share strategies on enhanced learning and VHA's approach to employee development. Dr. Sawyers will share valuable insights into how the VHA fosters continuous learning and skills to develop to meet the evolving needs of employees and the veterans they serve. So definitely don't miss this opportunity to learn from a seasoned leader in learning and development. Following Dr. Sawyers, we'll have Amelia Ryba, who's from AmeriCorps' Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility, who will share an overview and real-world example of how AmeriCorps has created community spaces to enhance psychological safety in our hybrid environment. Don't miss this opportunity to gain insight about this program and our commitment to moderation and continuous improvement to ensure that it remains a safe space and a welcoming environment for all participants. Lastly, we'll have our closing speaker of the day, Nkerika Obuchikwe. She is a learning transformation expert. She will be sharing with us and continuing the conversation on learning and culture while sharing best practices for creating a culture where learning is embraced as a core value and an essential driver of organizational success. As the pace of change accelerates, the ability to learn and adapt become paramount. So we must embrace the culture of continuous learning. Again, another opportunity that you all don't want to miss today. Before I introduce our first speaker, I want to take a moment to reiterate housekeeping items that were covered at the top of the call. At the end of each session, time permitting, we'll take questions. So again, use the Q&A section located on your Zoom screen to provide questions for the speakers. We want this to be an engaging experience. So we also encourage you to share thoughts in the chat as well. And also, if you ask questions there, it may not be caught by the panelists, but we are monitoring that chat as well. We'll administer a brief poll at the end of each session, followed by brief breaks in between presenters. And now it is my honor to introduce our first speaker of the day, Kate Riley. Kate Riley is currently a principal with the HR transformation at Deloitte Consulting. Kate has supported federal agencies with HR transformation efforts for the past 18 years, and she specializes in innovating HR service delivery methods. Kate started her consulting career leading HR operations teams in an outsourced environment for TSA and went on to lead business process reengineering, data migration, technology implementation, and HR strategy efforts. Kate currently leads Deloitte's Government and Public Services HR strategy and solutions offering, and her passion is driving accountability through transparency and helping agencies execute an integrated and data-driven talent strategy using data sustainment methods that keep position and people data clean. Kate's session will focus on setting up your HR organization to advise, using data, and building the right skills or roles within your organization to support the workforce and address organizational challenges in this rapidly changing environment. Today's session will focus on unleashing HR through 4 pillars: capacity, capability, community, and credibility. And so now, without much further ado, I would like to welcome Kate Riley to the screen.
Good morning. Thank you, Kalada. That was an excellent intro. And I couldn't agree more with all your comments that you shared earlier before the intro, before the bio. All right, I'm sharing slides. This morning, I woke up and I walked out of my bedroom and my 8-year-old daughter said to me, "Hey, Mom, what do you call people who sleep in their socks?" And in my pre-coffee sort of groggy state, I said, I don't know. What do you call them? She said, tiny. I thought that was a great way to wake up. So I thought I'd share with all of you that little tidbit, because nothing starts the day like an 8-year-old and their humor. Okay, so we're going to jump in on a different topic about HR. We have been talking about the evolution of HR for years now. And it's quite challenging to understand how to take the right steps to evolve HR because it's so complex. And there are many constraints in the federal space with our shared services environment and so many other complexities that make it really hard to advance. So I'm going to try and give you some tactical steps to take today to really create an exponential value within the HR function to the organization. As Kalada mentioned, I spent the first better part of a decade of my career working in HR operations, and then the last 12 or 13 years really focused on HR transformation. I call myself a student of HR challenges, and I am on a career-long pursuit to help HR solve some really complex issues and make it a fun, better, easier place to provide value to the organization. With that, the HR workforce, in my experience, is one of the hardest working groups of people I have ever met. It's what inspires me to keep trying to solve these challenges every day. And the reality is, for decades, you all in HR have been forced to execute a lot of manual processes, largely due to limited availability of technology and poor data integrity due to a lack of transparency, education, and controls. Controls across the organization. And if you thought this was just a public sector challenge, think again. In a 2023 Gartner survey that was executed in February of 217 HR leaders, Gartner reported that only 9% of HR functions are highly efficient and highly aligned to their organization's needs. In addition, every year, Deloitte administers a survey to be able to analyze human capital trends around the world. This year, we received over 14,000 responses from people in 95 countries, HR professionals and leaders from both private and public sector organizations, talking about human capital challenges and what keeps them up at night. According to Deloitte's 2023 Human Capital Trends, 65% of public sector respondents noted their organizations expect to experience shortages for critical worker skills over the next 2 years. Anticipating how to fill these jobs pose a barrier, with only 13% strongly agreeing that their roles were dynamic enough to keep pace with the evolving work responsibilities. This is important context for what I'm about to share next. Based on Deloitte's insights, the future, with respect to the future of learning in government, the #1 factor employees say defines exceptional work is opportunities to learn and grow. Furthermore, skills-based organizations that effectively track employee skills against position needs and focus on continually developing skills are 107% more likely to place talent effectively in the organization. And skills-based organizations who move people based on skills are 98% more likely to retain high performers. Of course, this looks a little different in a competitive environment, but you can offer employees detail opportunities, TDY opportunities, training opportunities, based on the skills that you can bring transparency to, and alerting employees to job opportunities. When it comes to collaborating across the enterprise, HR has an opportunity to lead the way, in my opinion. In fact, I think it needs to. Great employee onboarding, as an example, can improve retention in the organization by 82%. So these realities require HR organizations to draw on a new strategy. I appreciate the emojis. And this is informal, by the way, so please ask questions as we go, and I'm happy to dive in and answer them. This new strategy, it needs to disrupt the status quo, as Kalata so astutely mentioned in her opening. HR needs to develop its capabilities routinely, continually adapting to changing business needs. It should promote a dynamic HR structure, and we'll talk a little bit about that, and pair new HR services and tools with sustainable practices that allow HR to continually innovate it as needs change. And I know, believe me, the last 4 years, especially with COVID, have been exhausting. HR is playing a significant role, and the needs of HR are changing dramatically, and that's not going to change. The risk of status quo is that HR will spend time and the costs will go up. However, the actual value to the organization will go down. If HR isn't dynamic and working to adapt to all of the changes that happen routinely, it will start to provide deficiencies within the organization. But there is an answer. If you invest in innovation and making sure that you are continually improving, you have an opportunity to go up. However, if that is not continual and built into your culture, we talked about it yesterday, Kalata talked about it in her opening, it will not help. You can't just make investment in improvement and expect it to work. There has to be sustainable practices employed that make sure it's sticky. And most of this has to do with culture. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but I'll also give you some tactical things to do along the way. This shift and making sustainable practices and innovating and investing in technology and advancements in the way you work in terms of collaborating with the enterprise really shift the value realization for HR quite significantly. All right, I'm going to give you a simple equation here, which is exactly what I just talked about. Innovation plus sustainable practices will get you to value realization. So what is innovation? It's investments in, as Kalata talked about yesterday, we call them communities of stakeholders, but groups that are set up with a charter to solve a challenge. These can be your innovative investments, whatever that may be. It may be in technology, it may be in streamlining a process, it may be in collecting data. There's a variety of things this could be. The important thing is that it's defined, it's temporary period of time, and that you have success criteria that you're measuring against. With respect to sustainable practices, there is a need to evolve HR's ongoing ways of working. And we'll talk about the skills needed and the capabilities needed to grow, but HR is changing significantly with additional data and technology to inform them, and it requires a new set of capabilities. But most importantly is how you work as an organization, and I'll go into that in a little bit. These two things together create immense value for the organization. It makes HR ability to be agile, and the ability to meet those success metrics goes up, it skyrockets. So I'm going to walk you through 3 examples of how HR can get there. And I do believe that these 3 are foundational to success. Before I go into the 3, which I will do in a second, just know that HR can't do this in a silo. You do need to work with the broader organization, make sure your strategy is aligned to the organization's strategy, and that the maturity of the HR organization is taken into account. So some of these assume a certain level of maturity, and assumes that you have standard operating procedures, that you have some knowledge criteria, information that's shared with the employee base. It assumes you have some quality assurance capabilities. So know that there is some sustaining ways of working in HR that are assumed with these 3 foundational things. But if that's not your case in your organization, take your maturity into account, and make sure that you focus on those sort of foundational elements that are necessary for all HR offices. So these 3 areas: first, optimizing technology capabilities, promoting agile talent management, and elevating HR's capabilities. In the first one, you'll see that there's an investment, and then there's a sustainable practice on this slide. When you go down the path of implementing new digital HR capabilities, it is incredibly important, and I've seen this firsthand, to establish a culture of continuous improvement and data fluency. This is, for a long time, HR data has been sort of behind a curtain for most of the enterprise, and HR itself uses data, but it tends to use it in a lot of organizations in very pointed situations, like for 1 employee or 2 employees, and not necessarily across massive trends or in aggregate. And so establishing a culture where people understand data, they can understand an end-to-end process flow versus the actual just piece of the process that they are doing, and they're constantly looking for improvements. The reason why this is first is you can't wait to establish this kind of culture. And if you do implement technology that modernizes your capabilities, this culture already needs to be in place. Secondly, we'll design and implement technology solutions that are flexible and configurable for your organization. If I've learned anything over the years, it's that every HR function in every federal agency operates a little bit differently out of necessity. The workforces are different, the laws are different. There are many nuances to almost every federal agency. And that means you need to have sort of configurable solutions that enable that flexibility to the workforce. What's foundational to that is having 3 critical data sets, and I'll talk more about that in a moment, which enable you to then leap forward on your talent strategy, because it's data driving the way versus discrete individual one-off scenarios. And lastly, HR, as a result of all of this, does need new roles, new skills, new ways of working. And so we'll talk a little bit about, I'll give you some examples of roles that might surprise you that are needed in a more digital, more tech-focused environment. that every organization is really moving to out of necessity. Okay, so we'll start with culture. Culture eats strategy for breakfast, and it will slow progress for you. A lot of organizations avoid addressing culture first, and I think it's because it's a very nebulous term or theoretical term, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But read this, take a moment to read this for a second. When you're going down a transformation or a modernization effort, you're trying to change the way HR works and its capabilities to deliver services to the organization. This is a very real scenario where your job is to create an environment of psychological safety, as we talked about yesterday. However, you also feel as though you have to hold people accountable for making mistakes. And the paradox, similar to our conversation yesterday, is that you kind of can't win in this scenario. The reality is that you do have to fail. You have to make mistakes, and you have to be ready and willing to do that. And the culture you create is enormously important to succeeding. When you deliver a technology, when you implement any innovation, you are going to get feedback. And the fact is, humans don't love change. And so whether it's good or bad, whether it's amazingly successful or there are some defects or what have you, the reality is you will get feedback. And you have to be, as an organization, ready and poised to take that feedback and deal with it productively and respond in due time with answers that are good for the long-term sustainability of the organization. But we have a long way to go. According to, my screen won't work. Okay. According to FEBS in the last year, 58% of respondents indicated that management encourages innovation. So you can do the math, 42% don't, right? Only 56% feel that the work unit's resources, commits resources to developing new ideas. And only 54% believe that management makes effective changes to address challenges in the organization. So this is the reality, right? Only half of organizations are really working towards a continuous improvement effort in a meaningful way, according to our employees. Leaders must take the time as we move forward to talk with their staff, understand what the challenges are, work together to make small changes to address root causes, and then communicate. I can't tell you how many times I could say communicate to someone and they just are reluctant to do it or don't have the time or what have you. But communication is what makes or breaks any changes. And you have to communicate everything, even if you think it's obvious or transparent. And I think the hardest thing to get used to is you have to communicate repetitively. You have to sound like a broken record, and that is uncomfortable sometimes. Raising risks. Also, the communication and measuring of success enables people to raise risks, but they do have to be in a psychologically safe environment to raise those risks. So we'll talk about some things that you can do with respect to culture. So I talked about before that culture seems theoretical, and it's hard to put a finger on. But culture shows up in your team in everyday occasions, everyday instances, right? When you send an email asking for help, how someone responds to that email is culture. The tone of voice used in a meeting is culture. When you smile on a video call with a customer, when you cover for your team member who's out because they're taking care of a loved one, culture shows up in these everyday actions that are so impactful to the way you and I experience our workday. And let's face it, we spend more time at work than we do at home. So it's important to have a culture that's welcoming, supportive, friendly, and creative. So let's all, sort of wrap our arms around that. It's not some nebulous thing. It actually really matters in our everyday experience. And what you need to do to drive an intentional culture, and trust me, you need to drive an intentional culture, is take the time to set a vision. Set a vision for what you're trying to achieve, what you want, what the customer experience should be like, how you want HR to show up. That is so important. And it's important to document as well, because these things take time to execute and people are transient. And so if you document it and you have a routine way to onboard people into the organization, they can understand your vision along with you. Next, you have to identify a change leader. This is where I see things sort of fall on a routine basis, where not one person is solely responsible for change and setting sort of driving that culture on an everyday basis and establishing principles by which you want to work. I do think this is critical and oftentimes is left unaddressed. And so the change that you're trying to drive doesn't actually impact the workforce the way you want. But it will require someone, like I said, establishing guiding principles. Let's describe how you want people to show up every day in those instances I talked about, right? Make it really tactical and sticky for your HR workforce. Those intentional culture shifts that you're going to define need to focus on the next 3 items that are on this slide. Number one, when you implement technology, let's say you're living in a world where you receive your HR requests through email or shared email inboxes. When you implement technology like a case management system, and I'm going to talk about that next, it enables you to not only organize your workload and track metrics, and it gives you a whole ton of transparency, but it is encouraging a one-team mentality. And for many organizations that I've worked with, for far too long, teams have worked in silos. And this switch to a one-team mentality is a tough one to make. Don't underestimate it. When you think about a vision for HR, you think about providing the customer the best service. And sometimes when that customer has a need, it could go, that need could be solved by 5 different teams along the way. You have to make sure that they're encouraged to work together and understand the impacts that each one of them is making on that particular customer need. That's not easy to do in our environment. So really driving, that's why you need that change leader to really drive what are those talking points, what are those messages that you want to consistently capture to create a one-team environment. You also want to measure progress. At the beginning of your change or any project that you embark upon, someone needs to be accountable to capture baseline metrics. How does this operate today? What are you trying to achieve? Make sure you define how you're going to measure success, and then capture that baseline today so you can routinely measure and make sure you're identifying whether what you're doing is actually having the impact you desire. We don't all have a crystal ball, right? So sometimes you have to measure and then pivot along the way and figure out a different way of addressing the issue if you can't figure it out. And lastly, you have to embrace a mindset of continuous improvement. And for this one, I'm really focused on not only the adapting changes that HR has had to make and will continue to make over time with all sorts of external forces making life and work more difficult, but this also has to do with technology, right? There's no avoiding the future of technology, data, AI, et cetera, right? It will happen. And many of you are probably in the throes of it right now. What happens when you move to technology being sort of the interface, it enables a ton of new capabilities, which is awesome. But it requires a mindset of continuous improvement. If something is not working, or if something has a defect, or maybe someone's experience wasn't great, everybody in your HR organization has to be empowered to raise that as an issue or a risk and talk through it effectively to make sure that you can solve it. This mindset of continuous improvement is not a typical thing I run across in HR organizations. So it really needs to be pushed from the top down. And mind you, all of these things, driving culture has to happen from the top down. Leaders have to set the tone. So once you define those guiding principles and you stick to them, you have to drive them on a daily basis and make sure that you too are accountable for all of those changes. HR, I'll end this slide with this. HR is a highly analytical career. It requires an understanding of data and how to draw insights from it. Yet, over the last few decades, many HR functions have not necessarily hired for analytical capabilities in all of their roles. It is imperative that we upskill, and as you fill vacancies and hire, that we're hiring and building analytical capabilities that really understand data. This is incredibly important to HR's effectiveness over time. Okay, so I'm going to talk about technology modernization. In order to move, if you are in a reactive state in your HR function today, in order to move to proactive, technology is absolutely critical. And it makes life a whole lot easier, but it does mean you have to adapt to that change. And there are ways to think about it and do it that make it a whole lot easier. HR teams need to focus on improving the overall mission, while employees need to be enabled to find quick, simple solutions better and faster. And Kalada talked a lot about this in her opening. In our most recent human capital trends from Deloitte, 93% of executives, there you go, 93% of executives believe that using technology to improve work outcomes and team performance is very important to their organization's success. Yet only 22% are prepared to use technology to improve work outcomes and team performance. In addition to that, a 2023 Gartner survey of 3,500 employees found that only 36% of employees feel that HR proactively looks for ways to make processes and systems more user-friendly. In addition, 80% of surveyed public sector leaders believe that leveraging worker data is important or very important to their organization's success, and yet only 20% believe they are very ready to do so. Freeing up time for HR to focus on moments that truly matter to the mission and to the workforce as a whole is imperative for both organizational efficiency, customer experience, and engaging the best HR talent. So there are 3 critical data sets that are really important to define a data strategy around and make sure you have at your fingertips. But what I will say about these 3 data sets, HR workload, positions, and people, they likely, all of you on the phone are probably like, yeah, I have that data, right? I would argue that you probably don't have clean data in each one of these areas. At least based on my experience, it is very challenging to keep all 3 of these data sets sustained and clean in a way that you can use them reliably on a regular basis. But they are the foundation to almost everything you do. So traditionally, I'll talk about HR workload in a moment. That actually, essentially, if you don't have a case management system, a ticketing system that enables you to capture customer-facing workload, this workload may not be in data form in your organization. Case management solution is absolutely necessary to understand the work that's being done in the organization and to understand how you can help your team meet the customer needs. You should be analyzing trend data. You should be understanding how the team needs to be set up, the size of the team in order to meet the needs of the workforce. So that is critical. But that's the operational component. In order to drive talent strategy and effective workforce interventions across the organization, position and people data become absolutely critical to success. Historically, these data sets have been housed in PeopleSoft, and there are some challenges with this. The data that is tied to a position is limited. And in this new world, this new age of data and technology, there must be additional data elements tied to those positions. And I'll go into detail on that in a second. With people data has to be sustained, and it also needs to have a lot more data attached to it. And when this resides in PeopleSoft, historically, that hasn't been super user-friendly. A lot of organizations don't even allow employee access to the systems, and so there's a lack of transparency. Make no mistake about it, we talked about AI yesterday. There is no future for AI in HR unless you have these three data sets. And I'm talking about, enabling a better customer experience, enabling a personalized experience, right? You can certainly use AI for things like reading policies or deciphering OPM's processes or your processes or what have you. But when it comes to really delivering a personalized customer experience that reduces the impact or the level of effort that HR has to put into your basic everyday transactional capabilities or more administrative efforts, you cannot use AI without clean data. And these data sets must be clean in order to provide exponential value to the organization in the future. So I've spent a lot of time over the last few years diagnosing why these data sets are so hard to sustain. And what are some of the challenges and what are some of the solutions to resolving this? Now, mind you, just a side note for everybody to be aware of, many of our federal organizations use PeopleSoft today. Some are in the throes of changing to newer cloud solutions, Workday, Oracle, HCM, SAP. This changes a little bit in those solutions where there are enhanced capabilities. However, you will still have some of the same, I anticipate we'll still have some of the same challenges that we've had historically of maintaining this data. The key is transparency. Position data, as an example, is needed across the enterprise. It's needed by finance, it's needed by IT. It's not just an HR issue, and you need to integrate the position data with budget in order to do true position management. But few organizations have actually done that. In part, it's because the HR function is provided with, or the HR IT environment that we live in, provides solutions that are just for HR. And that becomes very problematic because now you have to integrate with other solutions across the enterprise, and you can absolutely do that, but it requires a lot of effort. Where I have seen immense progress over time is actually extending position data and people data into a platform as a service to provide unique and personalized user roles that can use that data. So if you expose position data to a supervisor, and you can control every data element. So some data elements they can update directly and there's no issue. Some data elements, when they update it, have to go to classification for a review. Some data elements may have to go to their supervisor or someone else in the organization for review. But HR's challenge is historically this data has been kept in PeopleSoft and up to HR to maintain. And there's this education gap between the business leaders and the supervisors who actually have direct exposure to those positions and that data and the reality of that data versus HR, who is removed and relies on those supervisors to enter information into HR for them to update that data. But the education gap is so vast that supervisors don't understand the value of that. And HR has lived in this world of having poor integrity on its position data for too long, right? How many of you work in an organization where you have double the amount of positions that you actually have people to fill them? It's a common problem. And that reality eliminates your ability to use that position data with any efficacy, right? So if that it might be accurate, but it's not accurate to a usefulness measure, right? I can't use that for workforce planning. I don't know which half of the positions are actually not valid, right? Or should have been canceled 2 years ago, but they're still in the system. That's a huge problem, not only for workforce planning, but for every part of the HR lifecycle. You hit position data and every action, almost every action that's executed across the enterprise. In addition, there are a lot of limitations on position data today. You all experience this every day, right? I don't know if someone is acting in a position and it's not actually filled with a sustained employee for a period of time. I don't know if a position was created for a crisis that happened and is temporary and is going to go away soon, or I can't label whether it's a crisis position. I don't know if this position is to be input into demand in the future, but it's not a real position today. I don't know if a position is, needed in 6 months, needed to be filled in 6 months versus a year and a half versus today, right? And so all this information can be captured in a platform as a service where you have configurability and can label positions in a very flexible way for your needs. You can do that. And this is one of the biggest deficiencies in our position data today, is that we don't know what we're looking at. We have a very limited capability to define the positions. With respect to people data, there are all sorts of flexibilities you need. You all experience this with telework, right? And telework agreements. And many organizations have telework agreements separate from their people data and can't necessarily define the two. But imagine a world where, or integrate the two, but imagine a world where supervisors can see, all of their positions that are underneath in their span of control. They can see the employees that encumber them and whether a position is vacant. And they can see all the information that's relevant to them about that person. I can get my emergency contact information for my team members in case something happens quickly at the click of a button. I can identify whether they have an existing telework agreement very quickly, right? I can go and refresh my memory. And I can understand what days of the week they're going to be in the office and what days of the week they're not, or if they're fully remote, right? And so these kinds of things are up to every supervisor to manage, and for HR to figure out how to aggregate multiple sources of data in disparate places. And that becomes very taxing and arduous. But if you use a platform as a service or a flexible solution, and when I say platform as a service, by the way, I'm talking about like typically your ServiceNows, your Salesforces, Appians, et cetera. There's many on the market, Microsoft Dynamics. There's many on the market that you can use for this, but it provides the flexibility to configure solutions for your organization that meet you where you are versus trying to fit a square peg into a round hole with core HR systems. And this is not unique to the public sector, although I think it's particularly pertinent in the public sector just because of the variety of laws and regulations that oversee the multiple titles that you all work with. There is common understanding in the business of HR that core HR systems are not enough to sustain and leap forward to provide value to the organization. But the cleanliness is the important part, right? And transparency with controlled data provided to the workforce is key to keeping it clean, but also to educating, right? You can educate everybody on the data and how you define the data through automation and technology, right? You can put little information bubbles next to the data to make sure people understand it. But again, if you want to leverage AI, there is no world for AI without clean data with respect to creating a personalized customer experience and providing exponential value to the organization. So I'm going to give you an example of each, I'm going to talk about each sort of data set, if you will. This is an example of operational data. It's a very high level snapshot of a piece of a dashboard for operational data. But I wanted to give you examples of what I'm talking about. So a case management system, as an example, provides the the ability to record every request of HR to make sure you have that data defined, and to make sure you have visibility into how long it's been since you responded to that customer. It is an essential tool for any HR manager, executive, manager or executive. Your ability to lead HR effectively goes way down if there is no technology to support, because it's just 10 times harder to get the information on workload and understand how your employees are doing and how they're responding to customers. So this is just an example of high-level snapshot, how you would access the data. What I think is really important about that cultural attribute that I was talking about before is that you build a culture of looking and reviewing and having a conversation about the data. This world of psychological safety is so important, right? So if I see a red X on this dashboard, I don't go yelling at my team for missing this SLA. I want to understand. I want to come from a place of learning and understand why is this like this? Where do we have an opportunity to improve, right? And so the more you look at the data, it can be daunting at first. Don't worry, step in, just see one thing at a time and learn to draw insights from the data. But you have to get into a rhythm, which means every status meeting involves data. Every time you're looking at it, you're seeing, maybe there are no insights to draw this week. That's fine, right? But we're going to look at it. We're going to see what questions we have as a result of it, right? Why are 84.9% of SLAs being met and the other 15% aren't, right? Let's look into those 15% and dive a little deeper. All this is going to do is give you insights, but it gives you insights into really critical places where you need to dive deeper, and it forces you to focus your time, right? I'm not going to look at the customer satisfaction surveys as an example, or at the contact center, because they're good. They're green right now. They don't need my attention unless I have an objective there that I'm not meeting, but I might look at the red and understand why that's happening a little bit. Okay. So now that we've gotten the management of HR's operations down, let's explore how to use two other data sets to drive talent strategy. There are many root cause challenges, and I talked a little bit about this before, as to why it's so hard to maintain data. There is a lack of transparency today. The end customers that you have a limited exposure to position data, right? When you talk to people who run the budget or CFOs in federal agencies, it often takes multiple reports being pulled and aggregated in order to get basic position data, or how much we're spending this year on labor, et cetera. And so this data needs to be shared and transparent a little more effectively across the organization. Data attributes collected on positions are limited, as I talked about, and how we're able to define positions today is limiting your ability to move quicker. And the enterprise collaboration I talked about with onboarding at the beginning, where you need to move position data across the organization. So, imagine a world in which my position is labeled as needing a certain level of systems access, right? I need these 5 systems in this position to execute my job. And when I onboard someone and put a person into that position, they automatically get that systems access. That's a reality for everyone, and that's the kind of customer experience we strive for. Yet it's very difficult to do that today because there isn't adequate enterprise collaboration. And for people data, employees often don't have access to see their own data or understand it in layman's terms. It's not flexible to capture the information that we need on employees on a regular basis. And many employees don't know how to interpret their data because it's not always in layman's terms. So there is a world in which this data can be transparent, and the lack of goes away, right? And all of these things become a reality. Now, I do want to address skills versus competencies, right? So this is if you extend position data from your core PeopleSoft system and put it in a platform as a service, You enable the supervisor to see a position with as many data elements as you'd like to put on it. And a key data element or set of data elements is skills. For too long, we have housed skills and competencies in a document in a PDF file somewhere where it's not immediately usable for the actual needs and usage along the HR lifecycle that are needed. And so there is also, in conjunction with that, a leading practice across industry today that is a skills-based organization. How do you make sure you capture the skills on both positions and people to drive effective movement and placement of people around the organization? I realize there are some limitations in the federal government with competitive hiring and promotions. However, the importance of identifying skills on both position and people data sets, right? Attaching skills in data form on the position and enabling supervisors to update that as needed with the right controls in place. And then allowing employees to fill out their requisite skills that match the position, right? With those two data sets, you have enormous power to be able to align career paths, align people with mentors and coaches through a data-driven manner, removing that network bias. You can do all sorts of things to promote engagement with employees through that lens. All right, so we're going to talk about why this is so important. And forgive my really bad tech right here. Yesterday you saw Kara Hardin with great technology. Today you see me with very poor technology, but hopefully you get the point, right? You're merging these two people and position data sets, and this enables you to engage people with their career path, auto-populate individual development plans instead of making them very manual and not integrated with your LMS or your learning opportunities. Again, you can match employees with mentors, sponsors, and coaches. You can identify skills gaps within the organization, right? So I talked about people and position skills being captured. Now you have data sets to match them and make sure you understand what skills do you need to drive in the future and how might you identify where your learning gaps are, your training gaps, right? Maybe you don't have training in the organization to build that skill. And so you won't be able to execute that. Optimize your hiring strategy and automate initial hiring steps. These are all very possible with this skills data. So I realize I'm running low on time. I wanted to give you really quickly an example of why this is so necessary. So based on Deloitte's Human Capital Trends report, 93% of executives agree that adopting a skills-based approach to talent is important for their future success. Yet only 20% of executives believe their organization is ready to move in this direction. But people are 4 times more likely to stay in the organization if they have opportunities for learning and development, which is critical, right? So your workforce is incredibly important. I'm not going to go through this with any rigor. I will leave you with this, and I'm happy to provide this, but pilot these capabilities with HR first, enable the skill development within your HR organization, and then you can then expand it to the enterprise. Your HR function needs to be able to reskill and build its capabilities for the future. And I'll leave you with 90% of HR administrative jobs are likely to be automated by 2035. Yet 55% of HR leaders report that challenges from skill gaps within HR. So this is a big challenge, something that needs to be addressed. And I'm going to flip through this very quickly. There are many roles in HR that need to be augmented. There's workforce experience architect. There's a solution architect that's going to focus on your technology solutions and make sure there's attention there. There's a product manager who's going to know that product inside and out, right? If you have a talent acquisition solution, that is your expert that answers the questions. You have sprint leads that make up these communities of stakeholders that lead them, that guide towards a solution for a challenge. You have digital HR integrator that's going to help connect the dots across all of the technology and data in the organization. And then you have your augmented HR specialist who's going to do more with that technology and data to provide a wonderful experience for the workforce. So I know I went through those quickly. This is an example of a career path, but I think this is really important for HR professionals across the industry to make sure that they have a new and different and exciting career path along the way. And so you see this person, Amy, moves from contact center to onboarding specialist to sprint lead over her career, getting an array of experiences and building her skills very methodically so she can add more value to the organization. I know I went through that last bit very quickly. I lost track of time and didn't see the clock, but thank you all so much for engaging me today. And I hope that was helpful. And I'll provide my contact information too, and I'm happy to talk through in more detail.
Yes. No, thank you so much, Kate. I think this was a wealth of information, and so I wasn't going to interrupt you. But I really did appreciate how you also brought home the point of how important data is to our practice and then illustrated it. You know, we got all these great key data points. Hopefully some of you also know that, you know, borrowing is a form of flattery, but use that data to have conversations with your leaders about why we need changes in the organization. HR, like middle managers, are often the least cared for in organizations, but it's also because we don't often have the data or analysis to support why we need changes or certain investments in our HR strategy. So I really do want to thank you, Kate, for staying around and tying this back again to so many themes. We talked about psychological safety, data, working outside of silos, upskilling and development. So really appreciate this from you this morning. Thank you so much. And everyone, we have a break until 11:15, and then we'll come back with Kimberly Williams. So thank you all, and see you in about 10 minutes. Also, you can still include questions or thoughts in the chat. We can also always answer them later as well. All right. Good morning again and welcome back. Hope everyone enjoyed their break, whether that was checking emails or grabbing a cup of coffee. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Kimberly Williams. She is the VP of People, Culture, and Compliance with Walker Advertising. She was instrumental in fostering Walker Advertising's inclusive and award-winning culture. Kim is responsible for all aspects of people operations, and she has been recognized for her integrity and interpersonal skills. Kim has also been acknowledged for her creative approaches to recruitment and retention. She has an unparalleled reputation for navigating turbulence and change, as well as nurturing positive relationships with colleagues at all levels of an organization. Kim began her career as a diplomat with the U.S. Department of State, where she tackled complex personnel challenges, negotiated at the United Nations in Vienna, and received an award for her precedent-setting work in diversity and inclusion. With a passion for community service, Kim lives Walker's unique core values that hold social responsibility and innovation as foundations for growth. And with that, Kim, I'm excited to have you, and I'm turning the screen over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm hoping that I can go ahead and share my screen. Okay, perfect. I'm not sure if this is the same one. If Jeff, if you can hear me, if we can try and give this a shot. I'm going to try and share. I'm going to try not to mess anyone up. Can you guys see my screen right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, thanks. I am so excited to be here. Really delighted to talk about this topic. My name is Kim Williams, and I am, as you know, you just heard, a VP of People and Culture and Compliance with Walker Advertising. I'm also a former federal employee, so I had worked at the State Department starting in 2009 as a Foreign Service Officer, where I was there for about 8 years. I've also worked at a couple other public agencies, and now, of course, I'm in the private sector and very excited to be there. I am also one of 48.6 million people who has been abused at work. And I've had, as I'm sure many of you on this call have had, very difficult situations come across in my career from time to time where, you know, I'm having to open investigations into my boss. I've had to open investigations into political appointees, into board directors, into a lot of folks that were kind of challenging experiences. But I think the most difficult thing I've ever occurred, you know, to have occurred in my career was dealing with a chief executive who was harassing me as a head of HR. And the whole experience kind of opened my eyes to some of the unique challenges that can come up in HR in these environments. It opened my eyes to the realization that so many folks in HR have endured these types of things. We tend to suffer in silence when these things come up. We tend to be less open, I have found, into using the things that are available to us, and, you know, forgetting that we're an employee and that we have certain rights. I think we worry a little bit more deeply that, you know, if we file complaints or do things that we actually are entitled to, that it may permanently destroy our career, or that we'll be seen as a person who can't be trusted with confidences. And so it becomes kind of an interesting landmine in dealing with this space. I also found that when this occurred to me, that some of the internal structures that are supposed to be in place quickly broke down. Obviously, being, you know, an HR chief, I couldn't open an internal investigation. I couldn't ask my own people to investigate something where I'm the chief complainant, because in that case, you know, it would look tainted, it would look biased. So there was no way to do something clean unless I could get approval to get an outside investigator to come in. When you can't go to HR because you are HR, a lot of times your next course of action is to go to attorneys in your organization and to go to them and see if, you know, they're willing to do what you can't. In my particular instance, they refused to engage with this particular individual. They knew that this person was really mean. They didn't want to deal with it. They told me I needed to go to the board. When I went to the board and met with them, I explained everything that was happening. And at that moment, I was told that they knew that this had been going on for a long time and that they were okay with it. And needless to say, things didn't improve. And I went through a very long kind of process of figuring things out on my own, figuring out how to create a process in this space, figuring out how to force an investigation and an outcome that worked well for me and that kept me protected, and also to help me kind of deal with a lot of the fear that can come up in this. And so those are some of the things that I'm hoping to talk about today in our agenda, and want to kind of run through a couple of things really quickly. One is the changing legislation and things that are becoming available that can be a really great point of leverage for folks that are needing this. I've also been spending a lot of time more recently looking at the business case for addressing bullying in a lot of places. And so I'm going to walk you through an exercise that I hope some of you will find helpful about figuring out, you know, the real cost of a brilliant jerk. And then last, I'm going to dive in with my Fear Not framework, which is some of the things I've learned along the way about how to navigate this space when it can be pretty intimidating and pretty challenging. And of course, I want to make time for questions for you too. A lot of changes that we're seeing is that it's kind of kicking in for multiple folks. I mean, obviously, going back to Me Too, going into a whole bunch of social movements that we've been seeing come up over the last 5 years, as we all know, are having profound impacts on the workplace. But we're starting to see a lot more creativity in the plaintiff's bar. And I think these are really powerful things to understand, because it can create a lot of leverage for HR folks when you may be in an environment where you know there's some toxicity, or you know that there's something wrong, but you don't have that buy-in from leadership. And so it's pretty easy now to go and point to things where organizations similar to yours may be struggling if they're not addressing some of these issues, particularly in places where the law may not require it. One of the creative things that we're starting to see more frequently are shareholder derivative suits. Now, these, of course, are for public companies. And so what's beginning to happen is if you have a major media scandal involving a CEO or a high-ranking official where it's bullying, it's something toxic, it's something that is hurting the personal brand of the organization, you can see massive shifts in stock prices that are coming up from these. And so as a result of that, you're having investors that are now saying, okay, you've hurt my money, you've hurt my income, you were irresponsible. If the board knew about this, they're taking action against them. We're also seeing in a lot of places too, where if there's a code of conduct policy or in your handbook, you've got very clear rules that, if there's harassment of any form, whether it's, what we consider lawful harassment or not, and we have a policy to investigate those things. If we don't, employers can now be held liable for a breach of contract. And then, of course, we've got Gen Z, who doesn't care if they've signed NDAs. They don't care about a lot of the traditional rules that old people like me in their 50s are kind of worried about. If they're really unhappy with an employer, they have no problem going on TikTok and talking about it, and these things tend to go quite viral. And they also tend to generate a lot of press, which can create a lot of heartache for companies internally. And so all of this is kind of feeding into a broader environment of accountability. And it can be very, very helpful for folks to understand this, to hopefully make a deterrent, so that you can build that case in places where people may be afraid to engage, to say, hey, there's real incentive for us to take this seriously, to look at this, because these changes could be coming for us. And it's not just that these changes are kind of happening. What we're starting to see too is the lawsuits. Not only are we seeing an uptick in lawsuits, but we're seeing upticks in the amounts. And so, we've got one case in Texas quite recently where it was, I think the jury awarded $366 million for one discrimination case. And so these things are coming up constantly. And these can be really powerful in terms of leverage and a climate that's important for employers to understand, because when we look at who sits on jurors, a lot of times these are not executives. There are going to be people in here who are part of that 48 million, number of abused workers who are already kind of plaintiff friendly. They're already suspicious of employers and more sympathetic to employees who are talking about these kinds of things. And we're even seeing things where plaintiffs are asking for a certain amount and they're coming back offering more money because there's so many people that are experiencing a lot of pain around this. And so these jury awards that are starting to come up can color the entire process. And so that when lawyers get involved and they start engaging, it can really up the amount of damages, even if it's not going all the way to trial for something like that. We also have emerging laws that are beginning to take shape. And so in my spare time, I'm actually really active with an organization called In Workplace Abuse. And they have drafted something called the Workplace Psychological Safety Act. And this is actually already gone to the Massachusetts House. So they had a hearing last year before the Joint Labor Committee with the House and the Senate. And over 1,000 people, myself included, showed up to testify. More recently, a version of this bill came up in Rhode Island. This is actually a picture here of my daughter testifying. She's 15 years old. She testified before the Senate Labor Committee. It has passed the full Senate. They've already accepted testimony for the House Labor Committee. And so we're waiting to see if this will go to the full House and then on to the governor's office. I show her this not because I'm just a proud mom and that she is doing this and she wants to be a lawyer and I know she's going to be amazing at it. She is also introducing this in the District of Columbia. So her and I have taken this bill. We have reached out to the Office of Human Rights. They are very engaged with workplace bullying. And we are hoping to have a sponsor for this. And I'm hoping all of you will stay tuned for this because we're hoping that this summer that we're able to bring this committee and get this passed in the District of Columbia. So whether it passes in Rhode Island first or it passes here in 2025, we are working on introducing this bill in 20 states where we have field teams that are doing this. And we hope by passing in one place first, that this will encourage more states to follow suit. And so for those of you who follow a lot of employment law, we tend to see that, if pay equity happens in one place, 10 other states pass it fairly soon after. Pay transparency, a lot of these things. And so we're engaging a lot of legislators that have supported those things and recognize that importance. And one of the things that we're also hearing from legislators is that while there's all this great activity that's really helping with workplace abuse, there's still this gaping hole in the law. And a lot of that is because we're still leaning on civil rights discrimination law that has been around for decades. And so, the challenge with that is, even though it's well-intentioned and it's meant to help a lot of people, that there's still a phenomenon that came around in the 80s that put something on the complainant to really have to dive in around intent. And so the challenge then becomes, if somebody is racist, if they're sexist, if they're engaging in bad behavior and tormenting someone based on their protected characteristics, the courts began to shift in the 80s, where it's not enough just to show the harm, you have to show the intent, which is very, very problematic, because for two reasons. One, sometimes people are dumb enough to put things in writing or to say things where we know that, okay, this person's attacking me because of my race, my gender, my ethnicity, something is happening there. But a lot of times they know better by now not to do that. And so they won't. They're more subversive of that. They could be meeting the defined definitions of how EEOC looks at harassment. They could be screaming at you, humiliating you, blocking you from meetings, engaging behaviors that harm your career. But if you can't prove that they're intending it based on protected characteristics, you're really stuck. Worse than that, and what happened to me personally is, I was dealing with a chief executive where I filed a complaint saying all the targets were women. Not having a copy of the report at the end of that, I'm pretty sure a man came forward. And so at that point, nothing unlawful occurred. And so if somebody's just like an equal opportunity, cruel, bad person, the law doesn't speak to that. And so that is our hope, and that is the intent of the Workplace Psychological Safety Act, is to decouple protected characteristics and say, this is health harming, this is traumatic, this destroys lives. And it needs to be addressed just because it's very bad on its own, and we shouldn't be putting barriers for people to be able to take action. It's also designed to help leaders, because what we found, and all my years of looking at this, is it always starts at the top. So we've got a lot of problems where you have CEOs that I've talked to that are like, yeah, I know this one person's a nightmare. I know that they're mistreating people. I know that they're getting away with it. And a lot of times they're hesitant to change, or they're, not wanting to look at like the full implications of what's happening because of what I call the brilliant jerk, the highly valued employee. And so we see that in a lot of cultures where someone has made themselves indispensable in a particular way. It could be that engineer that came up with some software that the company's done really well off of, a top revenue generator, or high performing salesperson. In the political world, it could be that appointee or that close personal connection. There could be so many different things that cause them to not see the problem, or be hesitant, or just afraid to engage in it, and not feel like they have that support to do it. And then sometimes we just have that really awful praise I actually heard in Washington years ago, of those folks that kiss up and kick down, and so they literally are just blind to some of what is going on. So in HR, what I try and focus on with a lot of folks is like how to build that business case. And we can do that through walking through the numbers. And some of that comes from the legislation. In more than one instance, I've taken, news stories and things like this to say, hey, this company is exactly like ours, or there's these problematic behaviors that are happening here. And this company just lost their shirt from a lawsuit. Like you're now knowingly engaging in those risks. And to try and reframe the conversation with key stakeholders to basically be, you think you've got a financial problem here, you're about to potentially have a much bigger financial problem, and force them to start weighing that and create that tension there so that they can begin looking at something differently. We also worked with an organization called Rippling. I'm not sure what everyone is using for an HRIS. This could be done manually. We actually created a process where we kind of automated this, where we transformed 360 performance reviews to automatically flag jerks and to calculate the amount of damage that they've done. And so we did this test run where we use myself as an example. I'm not going to say I'm a brilliant jerk. I'm just a jerk. And so we'll just pretend that I'm this. And so when I set up to do my annual 360 review, I gave myself 5 out of 5 because this tends to be the pattern, right? This person has a high sense of self-esteem. They feel really protected. And then I went to my boss and I said, hey, boss, I need you to give me a 5 out of 5 for this test run, because we also see that that correlation tends to exist. They're protected because they're a high performer. They're valuable for some reason. So those two groups tend to rank high. They rank themselves high and their boss ranks themselves high. Other folks don't. And so we created something where I asked my peers to give me a terrible review, and I asked all my direct reports to give me a terrible review. And so just by that dynamic, by those shifts in numbers, the system automatically flags it. And then what they do is they do an automatic calculation. So there are performance metrics out there that talk about employee engagement and how that ties to performance. And so a good way to think about that is, if we pay an employee $100,000 a year, we give them that 100,000, but a lot of times they don't give us 100,000 back. Maybe they give us 90% back. There's times they're taking off, or there's other things to look at that. And so there's these general guides out there that you can adjust for your own institution, your own organization, your own agency. If you're in a workaholic space, maybe they're giving back 120%. And, a different space, maybe they're giving back less than that and still being considered a high performer. But if you've got somebody who's being screamed at, humiliated, who's stuck inside their head, who's, calling in sick because they can't take work, who is anxious, they're depressed, looking for other jobs on company time because they're so miserable, you're not getting that full amount of money back. And so that's the formula that we kind of base this on. And so for our purposes for this exercise, we kind of took 2 tracks. So I asked my peers to rank me low. And then we took 30% of their pay and said, they're only 70% productive because 30% of the time they're having to engage with me, and I'm so horrible that I'm impacting their environment. I'm creating a toxic situation. And so we take 30% off the top of their salaries, and they immediately spit out a number. Likewise, for my direct reports, we cut it in half, and we say they are only able to do half as good of a job because I am so horrible to work with. And so I had 5 direct reports. I took all 5 salaries and we cut those in half and spit out a number. And so what we were able to immediately show is, just because I'm a jerk, it's costing my organization $235,000 in lost productivity. And that really changes the conversation. You're now going to have to say, like, okay, she may bring in revenue. Does she bring in that much revenue? Or whatever revenue I'm bringing in, you can now subtract hundreds of thousands of dollars from that, because we now have something we can put our arms around that's a little bit more concrete to say, here's the real damage that I'm doing. So hopefully some of those, can be helpful for folks that have access to this money. I also tell folks, if you work in government, a lot of people's salaries are publicly available. So there are back of the napkin ways to kind of look at this too. But hopefully, there's some useful guidelines for creating structure for yourself as well. But in order to do some of this, I also think that we also have to acknowledge the idea that we may be engaging with our boss. We may have to have hard conversations. And there may be a lot of you who, like me, was like, well, that doesn't sound awesome. I don't want to get in there. My boss is cousins with this person, or they're a favorite, or this person retaliates against folks and gets away with it. Are they going to retaliate against me? And so this is where I kind of came up with this fear not framework that I kind of wanted to quickly introduce folks to, and then, happy to also talk about that a little bit more. But the first and obvious piece, is fear. When we're getting in these spaces where there may be an imbalance of power, we're having to go to our boss to talk about something really hard, or maybe our boss is the problem, like in my situation. There's a reason why this feels so intense, and it's really important to understand this. The American Psychological Association is actually talking about a lot of this right now. So I have friends that are doing a lot of clinical research with, like, Whistleblower Association, where they're talking about the trauma that comes from the workplace is now being equated with trauma that comes from the battlefield. And I think we can all understand that, right? Because when your job is threatened, your whole world is threatened. Beyond what we're looking at when we have families, when we have mortgages, when we're in very niche careers, if we're older, if we're executives, if we live in small towns, the loss of that job can be financially ruinous for the rest of your life. And so engaging in these conversations, whether you're an employee or you're in HR trying to help that employee, are terrifying, and they actually do create complex PTSD. So there's this enormous body of research that is now out there around this. And a lot of that is being introduced into these kind of conversations around legislation, where, for example, we had tons of medical doctors, we had tons of brain researchers that are coming in there talking about the health harming impacts of abuse at work, because that fear that introduced, it actually leaves scars on your brain. They can now track that with brain scans. And there's so much documentation of this cortisol, of all these things that are beginning to kick up in your body that are going way beyond depression and anxiety. But it's now being linked to suicide, it's being linked to cancer, it's being linked to a whole host of issues that are extremely serious. And so for some of you, you may be like, well, thanks, but yeah, duh. Obviously, talking to someone who's very powerful is just going to be a frightening experience, whether we have science behind it or not. But I think what a lot of people forget when they're getting in these kinds of environments is that we need to treat it like the life-threatening situation that it is. And so I get phone calls all the time from people who are really in the thick of it. I know when I was in the thick of it, my cortisol was just pumping day and night. I was just constantly sick to my stomach. I was constantly afraid at work. And so, as counterintuitive as it was, when you're afraid of the loss of money, when you're afraid of repercussions, you're afraid of retaliation, by reframing in my head that, if I had cancer, if I had some life-threatening illness that I was facing, there's no resource I wouldn't tap into to help myself through that. And so for me, it was restorative yoga. Like, I didn't care what was going on. That is like proven to, like, I think that the term is to like suppress the anti-sympathetic, I'm butchering this, your nervous system, what kicks up your fight or flight. I've seen people who started knitting, which there apparently is science behind that shows that it increases more feel-good chemicals in the brain and helps reduce that cortisol. It doesn't matter if you need to get massages, if you need to take vacations, if you need to do things, as much as you can kind of fight that impulse to not flood yourself with self-care when you're going through this, because when you do that, you'll sleep and you'll be clear and you'll be more effective. And so that's one of the things that I like to remind people of. Entire story. In HR, we all tend to do this. Like, I know when I've got a discipline issue brewing in my organization, the first thing I do is open up a working document, and it's just the facts, ma'ams. It's okay, 11:43 a.m. on May 23rd, this event happened, these people were there, and I try and strip out as much color, and I just start documenting, just, one by one, all of these baby incidents. And we have to do that for ourselves too. And I find that with a lot of HR folks, where that instinct may kick in when they're trying to help others. It's also very important, if you're helping someone else, to start a separate document that is just for you, and to make sure that is accessible outside of a work computer. And so I always do that. When I'm doing something, I send a copy to my Gmail account. I always have an ongoing record. So just in case if anything happens, I've kind of got this very clear timeline that I've also put together. This can also help you too with articulating your story, and that in the Fear Not framework, A is for articulating your story, because I'm sure all of you at one point or another has seen someone who's in the throes of just terror. They're afraid for their job, they're afraid for everything, and it's really hard to put together kind of a clear, concise argument or even case for yourself in times like that. And so I know I've seen, where folks are just, they're so overcome with fear that they've sent me a 20-page memo, and half the time I can't fully even understand what the points are, because they're just so consumed with emotion, very understandably consumed with all of this. But it is so, so critical that we're able to kind of navigate that space and come out on the other side in a very clear and simple way. And the reason for that is because how you show up is just as important as what you're saying in that moment. Because when executives, when high-ranking people, when outside law firms are deciding how to respond to you or anyone else that is coming in with a complaint, they're looking at how you present. And a lot of times folks just like me are thinking, how would they present to the media? How would they present to the outside world? How would they present before a jury? And if you were calm and you were collected and you were just the facts, ma'am, you were going to have a far more powerful case. You were less likely to be dismissed. You were going to make the hairs on the back of somebody's neck stand up. And you're going to be more effective in advocating for yourself and for others. And a lot of times when I get specific about how I guide people in this, the first thing I say is go to your handbook, go to your own rules, go to the law, go to whatever you need to. Pull your timeline together, put it in writing, as scary and uncomfortable as that may be, and put all of that detail in there. These are the events that have happened. I believe they violate our policy here, federal law here, or for my friends in DC, Office of Human Rights, you are also protected if you were working inside DC under their rules, which cover way more than the EEOC. And so you just list these very calmly, very clearly, and at the very end you say, and this is impairing my ability to do my job. It is one of the most powerful things I think anyone can do. It may feel scary for you, but it's going to be very scary for the folks on the other side. You've now done something that's discoverable. You've now done something that is out there in the universe. And if they respond poorly after something like that, the onus is shifting towards them on having to explain how this isn't retaliation. It is a very, very powerful tool for changing the dynamics. That doesn't mean it's easy, of course, and it does mean that you're going to have to show some resolve when you do this. And a story I like to tell people over and over again is about how I was so terrified the first time I did this, and I'm not even embarrassed to share this anymore. I think it's so important to normalize this and to talk about this. But when I realized I was completely alone, that, you know, I didn't have inside counsel support, I couldn't get outside counsel without inside counsel, and I didn't have the board support. So I ended up just engaging everyone. And I put together this long memo doing exactly what I just explained. You know, here's all the events that have happened. These are wrong. These are the things that violate policy. These are the things that were unlawful. Here's your behaviors. Stripped and, you know, as close as I could to pull any emotion out of it. I talked about how it's affecting me. And then I sent it directly to the chief executive. And I also included the lawyers and I included the board members. When I drafted that, I remember my hands were shaking the entire time. And I was so scared to actually hit send that I drafted it in Outlook, saved it as a draft, ran to my car, got in my car, and as I was driving out of the parking lot, I hit send on my phone. And I don't even care because that was the only way I could show up in that moment. And I always try to encourage people, if you're ever in a situation like that, to give yourself permission to do that. Most of the time that I was engaging with these folks, whether it was on a Teams call, whether it was in person, I was sweating. I was very, very scared. And I worked incredibly hard at recognizing my own physical tells. So when I get very, very nervous, we all have certain things that will show up. My neck turns bright red. And so if I'm wearing a turtleneck in the middle of August, it means I'm doing something that's scary for me. But that was how I could show up. And I would keep my face very flat. I would keep it very calm. I actually even used to record myself. For folks who've ever worked with the State Department, we have to get murder boarded, which is a horrible thing. And it's as bad as it sounds, where I would turn on my video camera, I would turn on my cell phone, I would ask myself nightmare questions. I would take my biggest fears and pretend somebody's asking me, and I would respond, and I would watch and see how I looked. And I always prepped 10 times. And so when I went into those meetings, I had brought my own temperature down. And for whatever, and even if I didn't feel it inside, people would constantly comment on the fact that I showed up unfazed, even though I truly wasn't. And so just some, you know, whatever works for you, but I like to offer that for folks as well. Navigating the investigation is also really, really important. It's so critical to kind of understand that process. And if you've done the first part of this, you really should be in good shape. We all know that there's more weight given to folks who can do just the facts, ma'am, that, you know, have processed out enough of that emotion that they're not filling that up, that they've documented, they've noted witnesses. It just adds so much more credibility to your story. And so the more you do those earlier steps, the more you're going to really do well in an investigative process. And as terrifying as the first investigation is, in my experience, once I did the first one, none of them ever scared me again. And so I also like to talk about, as quickly as I can, one of the gifts that come from engaging in this type of activity is you are never afraid. I went through that really bad experience, and now I'm able to deal with so many more things without fear, and I'm more effective, and people pick up on that, and they can feel that confidence that comes from having weathered this terrain, and it'll just forever change how you show up, and you won't be afraid of kind of going through these things. And if you're not afraid, it actually, it can make other people afraid who haven't done these things. But it also affects like how you show up in an investigation, and how they end up communicating about you. Investigations happen to be something I trust a lot. I've had a lot of experience on both sides working with investigators. I tend to generally hold them in pretty high regard. A lot of them are professionally trained. I've had enough experience where they've dealt with hard situations. I've seen where they've come back with findings against really powerful people. But that doesn't mean we always get a good outcome, because there is the bigger process that I think folks have to be worried about is the outcome. And that's what the O in fear not is about. So a lot of times we want to be prepared for that. You can have an investigation that completely goes after a jerk, completely goes after a bully, that is full of damning information that your organization is not going to want to have out. I know that was the case for mine. I didn't see that report. I didn't have to. I knew that stuff was in there. I knew what I said. Other people had confided in what they said. I had a sense of how those conversations were going, and I had a phone book of facts to back up everything that I was doing by that point. But at the end of it, the attorney sent me a letter at the conclusion of the investigation, sustained allegations of abuse, put those words in writing, and said, but nothing unlawful had happened. And so that is the part I think a lot of us worry about, for very good reason, because those investigations tend to get handed off to another attorney representing the employer, who will then do everything they possibly can to keep it private, to keep it locked under confidentiality, to basically twist it into doing the least amount of work, because then that is the least amount of liability. They're not going to want to say that they did anything wrong, because they have to write a check, they have to clean something up, they have to punish someone, they have to do something that is going to be tough for them, and they're going to try to avoid that at all costs. And so I think it's really important when you go through something like this to be mentally prepared for that kind of outcome, and to engage an attorney if you need to. Attorneys love to feed off this. My attorney did. As soon as this all happened, I took all my information, I went to an attorney, I sent them the outcome letter, and they immediately they sent a demand letter with a claim, and they asked for a copy of the investigative report, which they are going to be able to get either then, and if it's in government, these can be tied to FOIA, they can be tied to Public Record Act requests, or it'll just come out during discovery, or they can write a settlement check, which is what happened in my case. They did not want that stuff out, and they were more than willing to come to the table. So if anyone ever does go through this process and it doesn't work out exactly the way it should, never, ever, ever hesitate to engage a labor and employment attorney, or even reach out to me on LinkedIn. I know millions, and there's tons of excellent ones in DC. And working in HR, you probably actually may already know who has sued your organization successfully in the past, and that's exactly who you go to. And then last, and I know we're running short on time, so I'm trying to kind of get through this quickly, is telling your story. I know I had a belief at that time that if I talked about it, it was career suicide. But I started going on LinkedIn and sharing my story, and I now have 13,000 followers. I've done over 50 podcasts. I've been published in NASDAQ, MSN, and some of these bigger, brands and magazines and sources, and none of it has hurt my career at all. And what we're starting to see is a tipping point where more people are finding their voice, more people are telling their story. If any of you have stories you want to share, I encourage you, if you're so inclined, to reach out to inworkplaceabuse.com. They're always happy to hear people's stories. They're happy to try and connect people with reporters, and they're happy to use it for testimony if you would prefer, to help legislators understand how serious this is. But I think the more we can collectively normalize this, the better off we all are. And so with that, I'll maybe stop sharing. I'm not sure if I even shared all this correctly anyway, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I have one question that came in that I will read out loud.
Yeah.
First, this person states, "This has been an outstanding session.
Oh,
I
thanks.
wonder if you have any thoughts about how someone would advance a claim of harassment or bullying when the bully, the person creating the unsafe space, is within the agency's most senior leadership
Oh, yeah.
and they are deciders for resolution."
And they are, I'm sorry?
They are the deciders for resolution. So they
Oh,
would decide what you'd get out of the mediation.
I think in some form or another, you have to figure out how to take it outside your organization's walls. That's where the terror lives for those folks. And what I've also seen too is these people, they tend to seek that stuff out. Like, they seek positions specifically like this, and it tends to make the abuse 10 times worse, because the longer they stay in that, the more protected they feel. And I recently did a podcast that was with domestic violence experts, and they asked me to be on their show, and I was like, I don't know if I can talk about this, but I learned so much from that episode about how similar workplace abuse is to domestic violence. And they were explaining about the cycle of abuse and the patterns that abusers go through. The most outrage, the most kickback is always in the earliest stages, because they are more terrified of being outed and going down that road than you are. They're more terrified of anything coming out on the outside. And so engage, and some of this does get more nuanced with federal employees. There are different types of protections, but they do exist. So if you look at an organization like Whistleblowers of America, I love a lot, because they tend to work very heavily in this type of space. They have great resources on attorneys that you can consult with. What I love about a lot of plaintiffs' attorneys is they tend to be very civil rights oriented. They're not working for big law. They could be making more money. A lot of them have been through these things themselves, and they're very happy to talk and give you free consultations. And so they can say things like, hey, your case isn't ready yet. Do X, Y, and Z and get back to me. So very rarely do I find them like not useful. But I also think they can be really good sources to starting engaging in the news. If you follow this, I've been seeing tons of stuff coming out around federal agencies around DC that are going up to Congress, that are hitting the press, where people are getting really nailed publicly. And I think in the public sector, that public humiliation is far more powerful than the paychecks, because in the private industry, they're just terrified of writing the check. It can be ruinous for the business. But when we get our money from taxpayers, that money will start cycling back through. But that personal and professional exposure is a powerful leverage point. And so understanding your rights, documenting as much as you need to so that it's in there, but thinking about ways that you can at least suggest to them that you're prepared to take this outside, and working with those professionals who can help you do that safely. Another great organization is Lioness PR. They're based in DC, and they specifically help people navigate working with the media in a very safe and protected way. So there's a lot of great resources.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? I see lots of comments in the chat thanking you for the work that you've done, and as well as sharing your personal story in this, Claudia. I guess I will come on camera now as well. But yes, are there any other questions? Anyone want to, let's see, did one come in? Yes. Someone asked, what was the name of the podcast you're featured on? And it sounds like that's a list. So
It
is there a link?
is. Well, okay, so let me see if I'll put my LinkedIn here, if I can do everyone. And so let me jump in and copy this really quickly. Yeah, so I've done about 50 or so they're constantly coming out. I'm actually doing 2 more this afternoon. So I love talking about that. I recommend strongly that there's the Mental Health Network is a really good one. So, oh, thank you. You were way ahead of me. You're faster than me. It's like, so there's lots I do there where I talk about this more in depth. I also have links, like I put a link recently to an employer network that's free. So like if you go to my LinkedIn profile at the top, you'll also see links to resources where you can talk to lawyers and they'll be happy to help you or refer you. Because everybody's jurisdiction is a little bit different or unique. But yeah, I do talk about this a lot, but my favorite is Mental Health Network, because this woman was abused at work who started this network, and it was a narcissist. And so she was like, you know, she became an expert in narcissism because her experience with this really, really, really cruel man. So she started her own podcast that now reaches 10 million people. And it's been years, and she talks about him every single episode. And same thing as me, like there was a settlement, there was some stuff, there's NDAs. So her and I talk about how to push it up to the limit without crossing that line. He still listens every day after years. And she talks about like that's part of narcissistic supply. He cannot help himself. Even though he's removed himself from social, he's become a hermit. And she has this amazing following of 10 million people. And she did all of it just to like ruin this guy. And so she's really funny. And but there's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of survivors in this space. And yeah, so I just, you know, once it happens to you, somebody said it, you become an evangelical, and it's so true. I just don't want it to happen to anyone else. And if there's anything I can ever do to help somebody, I'm here.
Yes. Thank you so much. We also shared some of the other links you mentioned in the chat as well. I really do appreciate you sharing so authentically and candidly about dealing with that. I also have experienced workplace harassment very early in my career. And like you said, it is very scary, but it is important to document what's happening and sometimes removing the emotions out of it. Yes, it's painful, it's hard, and really upsetting, but what was said, what was done, who was around, and then, like you said, keeping that record. But also, I think what was an important note to remember for us on the phone, many of us are also leaders as well as HR champions, is the impact to bottom line. If your people aren't being productive and they aren't producing the results and meeting the mission, that's a cost. And you have to consider, is that brilliant jerk worth more than the results you're losing? And then for those of us who earn profit, stakeholder profits in terms of our, people are, I forgot the word I'm looking for, shareholders right now.
Yeah, the shareholders. Yeah, they'll come for you. Yeah.
Yeah, they will come
There's accountability. Yeah.
Yeah, there is accountability. And I think the Gen Z thing we're all experiencing the coming into the workforce. I think as each generation goes along, we expect more transparency, more fair treatment, more equitability. And so more things will come out into the light. I'm from the South. And my mom would always say, what's done in darkness will come to the light. And that is definitely what's happening now with social media. So really want to encourage everyone here to really look back at our workplace policies, pay attention to the changing laws, and continue to educate and support our managers and employees. And so thank you again so much, Kimberly. It was such a pleasure. And a poll has just popped up for everyone, and we're about to go to our 30-minute lunch break. And after that, we'll have Dr. Sawyers from VHA. But again, thank you, Kimberly. Everyone enjoy a great lunch.
All right, thanks.
All right. Good afternoon. I hope that everyone had a great lunch or a great email break or a great walk, whatever you chose to do with that time. But hopefully you were able to reset and are ready for an exciting afternoon. We have about 3 more speakers, but first we'll start with our next speaker, Dr. Sawyers. Dr. Sawyers is the Chief Learning Officer for the Veterans Health Administration Institute for Learning, Education, and Development, also known as iLead. In her role overseeing 435 employees, $125 million and $8 million in contracts, she is responsible for providing the right learning anytime, anywhere to all VHA employees. Dr. Sawyers serves as the principal advisor to the Undersecretary for Health for the analysis, development, delivery, implementation, and evaluation of education, learning, development, and training programs, products and services that support workforce development and continuing education for the administration's more than 377,000 healthcare professionals and staff, and 120,000 residents and trainees at over 1,200 sites caring for 8.9 million veterans. As an advocate and champion for transforming VHA into a learning organization, Dr. Sawyers works with the VA and VHA leaders to identify requirements and leverage collaborative and innovative education, training, leadership, and succession planning opportunities in support of the department and administration goals and objectives. Jessica has 20 years of experience in industrial organizational psychology, organizational consulting, change management, leadership development, organizational development, and strategic planning. She holds a doctorate in business consulting psychology, a master's degree in IO psychology, and a bachelor's degree in general psychology, criminal justice studies, and sociology. And with that introduction, I would like to again to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sawyers and welcome to the screen.
Thank you so much, Kalata. I am going to share my screen. Clicking share now. All right, looks like you can see them. Well, first, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here today with all of you, talking about some of the work that we're doing here in the Veterans Health Administration in VA. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the stage a little bit and talk about who we are as VA first, to sort of give you an idea of context, and then move into some of the exciting things we're doing in the learning and development arena, some of the challenges that we're facing and how we're choosing to tackle them. I think this will dovetail nicely into some of what I think you've already heard and what you might hear today. A little bit of AI in application to those who are working in a hybrid work environment. So I know many of you are in the human capital arena, industry, other federal and government agencies. And so I'm really looking forward to this and looking forward to any of your questions or comments that you might have as we go through here as well. And so the areas that I'm going to cover today are really focusing on strategies for enhanced learning in our organization. And I think as we go through here, it's going to become very clear some of the challenges that we have and how we're able to walk through those despite those challenges that some of you may be facing as well. And so first want to talk a little bit about VA. So our mission changed in the last year. I won't read it to you, it's here, but essentially it's shifted to be more inclusive. And so in the past, there were some of the words, some folks felt that it wasn't so inclusive, but the reason I included this in the presentation was really a lot of people think of VA and they think of healthcare, and I'm glad they do. That's the bulk of our mission, but there are so many other things that we also cover as well. That we have the National Cemetery Administration that focuses on the care of individuals after they pass, making sure that we're taking care of all of their affairs. We've got our Benefits Administration, which is focused not only on healthcare benefits that are earned by veterans, but also for education benefits and other benefits that are for caregivers, survivors, and families. And then we have our Veterans Health Administration. That's the organization that I am the Chief Learning Officer of, and that makes up the bulk of VA. Right now, VA numbers are sitting around 440,000 people, and VHA makes up about 400,000 people there as well. Also, you see the ICARE values here. This is really important, and you'll hear this from me again. VA is a values-based organization, and that becomes really important when we talk about things in the human capital arena, especially when we talk about learning and development. It's hard to see. It can be hard to quantify. When we start talking about ROI, that can be a bit challenging as well. And so it's really important that the backdrop of what we do and the culture of what we do is in an organization that has clear, understood, and shared values. VA, by the numbers, this is how big we are. And I think this is really important. A lot of what I'm going to talk about, a lot of I would say our biggest challenge is just scalability. Doing something in an organization that is this large, that is this dispersed, is always a challenge. Whether we have an amazing idea or a simple idea, trying to figure out how we execute it across the United States and some areas that are a little bit outside of the continental US and figure out how do we roll something out to 440,000 people. In addition to the employees that we have, and you heard Kalata say that at the top in the introduction, we also manage 25,000 volunteers. Those are individuals who are not employed by us. They come into our facilities, they help us accomplish our mission, they help us in veteran-facing roles as well. They might be a greeter if you come into one of our hospitals or a facility. They might be somebody who's helping us do administrative work. They are sometimes teenagers, they're sometimes retirees, but they're individuals who are passionate about our mission. And even those folks that we do not employ directly are required to take training of some sort. And so when we talk about who we serve in my organization in terms of who are responsible for training, it not only includes employees, it includes everybody who touches the VA in one way or another. We've also listed there the healthcare trainees and the affiliated medical faculty that come into VA and they teach, they partner. Sometimes they're also being direct providers to veterans in there as well. And then at the bottom there, you just see kind of what our physical footprint is. And at the end of the day, we are serving 9 million veterans, as well as their caregivers, their families, and survivors. And so I think that's really important, again, because even the simplest of tasks in an organization like this can be challenging just due to the scalability of it. How do we do something, anything that is this large and this dispersed? We've got employees who are coming into the office every single day. They are providing healthcare directly to veterans. And so they're coming into a hospital every day and they're working shifts. We also have employees who are fully remote. They work out of their home every single day. We have employees who are hybrid. They're doing a little bit of everything back and forth. They might have a physical place that they show up to, and they might spend part of their time working at home. That becomes really important to us as we figure out how to serve them and how to meet them where they are to get them what they need in order to ensure that our workforce has the skills that they need to do their jobs today, as well as to ensure that they're ready to take on the challenges of tomorrow when we're talking about leadership development. If you're familiar at all with healthcare, and I know this, the top of this really setting the context is a little bit of the boring stuff, but I think it'll become important later to understand how we're executing some of this across the enterprise. But VA is a high reliability organization, and there are 5 principles there. I won't go through them, but being really clear about our values across our entire enterprise is very important as we try to implement and execute things in the human capital arena. This also ties into this concept of us being a learning organization. If we want VA to be a learning organization, that doesn't mean that we're an organization that deploys training. That means that we're an organization that is flexible, that is willing to learn, and that is willing to admit when we have failed. If we want to learn fast, we have to fail fast so that we can recover and continue moving forward where we need to get to make sure that our employees have the support and the development that they need, and so that as an organization we can continue to move forward as well. And so that's why this is really important for us here in VA and at VA as well. Where we sit in VA, I usually don't like to show this slide, but the reason I'm showing this slide, and I think it's important in this context, is in that bottom right-hand box that says human capital management, we reside underneath that function. I point this out here because in addition to our size and our values and our culture, one thing that I think is really important for us as an organization, we're that L&D function there, that learning and development function. We reside adjacent to, but separate from, the operational HR function. And I know that is not the case in every organization, whether you're here and you're a federal employee, whether you're here and you're in industry, oftentimes this learning and development function is a subordinate function to HR. Here in VHA, that is not the case. We sit as peers. There's human capital, and then there's an operational HR component, there's an organizational development component, and there's a learning and development component. And what that allows us to do, I think, is to have a little bit more capacity. The individuals who are working HR are really focusing on operational HR, which they really need to in a system that's as large as ours. We're really only focusing on the training, learning and development, career pathing, talent development, and we're able to free up all of our time and have people who are totally focused and experts in just that area. Whenever we're trying to accomplish something in a system this large, it becomes really important that our resources are not spread too thin. And for us, what this allows us to do is to have people who are deeply experts in these areas so that as we are building products and processes and services, we can feel really confident that we are more than generalists, that we are folks who are highly skilled here, and that also helps us build credibility, which is very important in a healthcare environment when we're working with physicians, nurses, and others who are deeply educated, highly skilled, and I think used to being experts. And so they want to deal with other people who they feel are experts. And so it's really important for us to establish that credibility as well. And so now moving over into my organization a little bit, 2 years ago, we stood up as an organization as a function. Prior to that, there was not one function solely responsible for all of the training, learning, and development across the organization. This is important because this was really VHA's way of acknowledging that we have a function now that's responsible for driving our culture forward as a learning organization. So not just that we're here to create training, but that we're really here to help build this culture of what does it mean to continuously be learning? It's more than just sitting in front of the computer taking training. It's also about the way we operate. If we feel comfortable asking questions, if we feel safe in this environment to do so, whether we have the opportunity to get the experiential knowledge that we need to be successful in our next role. And so freeing up our time to focus only on that is really helping our entire organization move forward in a way where it's a commitment to this, but we're also able to do that more effectively and more efficiently. In our organization, the Veterans Health Administration, we serve everybody. So whether you do finance, HR, whether you're in contracting, if you're a physician, if you're a nurse, if you're a food service worker, custodial worker, you are our customer. Most of our customers happen to be nurses, physicians, and clinicians, but our responsibility is really to take care of learning and development for everybody in VHA. This is a little bit about what we do as an organization. I won't get into this, so I can get into some of the examples of what we've done and share with you. The reason I left this in here is I think when people think of an organization that's focusing on training, they think that that's all we do, and we do so many things. We do training and education design. We have individuals who have advanced degrees in these areas and can help build courses and objectives, and they understand how to do that. We also have individuals who have a lot of experience in leadership development, which is a little different than training. And so understanding how to introduce validated and reliable tools into our programs and products so that we're not just doing things that feel good, but we're doing things that we are very confident work when we're talking about building a specific competency or a leadership competency. We've got broadcast and video there, and conference and events there, and those might be head scratchers for folks talking about an L&D function. But because of the size of our organization, it becomes really important that we have the ability to do live webcasting and web streaming across the entire United States all at one time. We also do the Veterans News Now, which is kind of our equivalent to CNN. We call it VNN, closed captioning in every facility. So we can push information out to veterans and providers at the same time. And then conferences and events, we are supporting those events that are learning and development. So if you have a learning objective, and if you are measuring kind of a pre and post test about what you learned there, then we will help support that as well. We can do the event planning for that. We will help you pull together the agenda for that. And we think that's important to work with people to understand what their intended outcome is so that they're not just kind of getting together and guessing. When I used to work in consulting, a lot of people would come and say, I need team building. If any of you are familiar with Myers-Briggs, I really need Myers-Briggs. Every single time, Myers-Briggs was nice, but what they generally needed was a clarifier on roles and responsibilities, or maybe some conflict management. And so it's really important that we have a diverse staff with expertise in various areas so that we can understand what is the root cause, what problem are we trying to solve, or what are we trying to support, so that we can move forward in a way that's really productive for everybody. And so recognizing this is a little different than maybe some other organizations. I won't spend too much time here, but I do think it's important just to point out that anything that we do, we measure. We don't want you to just come to something and feel good about it. We want to make sure we know that it's actually working. And so on the front end, we're going to identify what are we trying to do here. Are we trying to fill, is this a skill deficit we're trying to fill? Is it leadership development? So we're trying to develop something new in you. It's not necessarily a gap. It's something that you've never had the opportunity to be exposed to before. And if you're not familiar with Kirkpatrick evaluations, one thing that is really important to us from this perspective is that we are measuring the impact to the organization so that we can talk about return on investment. So if those of you on the line are in the human capital arena, and maybe, you know, you've been asked, how do I know that you add value to my organization? If you're in industry, maybe you've been asked, how do I know that you're not bringing any money into my organization? You're just a support function. And, you know, we hear that kind of thing all the time. And so it's important for us to have a measure in place where we can demonstrate not just activity, not just that somebody came to a training and participated, not even just that they liked that training, but that that training accomplished what it set out to do. And that ultimately, a step further, it then had a positive impact on the organization. And so this model allows us to ask, did you like the training? Yes, yes, no, maybe so. It allows us then to ask later after you return to the workplace, did you have an opportunity to deploy that training, and do you feel supervisor? Are you seeing an effect? Are you seeing changes? And so whenever we're able to deploy these models after a specific training, we are able then to tell our stories more than they remember facts and figures. And so being able to tell that story and back it up with data to show that we are doing what we set out to do is just vitally important to the work that we do here. And so this part is really important to us. Okay, now to get into what I think are maybe some of the more exciting parts of the presentation. One of the things that's really important to what we do is taking novel approaches to learning. We do offer computer-based training, of course, which I think many of you may as well when we're coming in here. And so one thing that we try to do is lay out really clearly what is the challenge that we faced and what are the approaches that we took to solve it. And I thought in readying for this presentation today, that might be the most helpful for this group. And so here are a few examples of some challenges that we faced and what we did to try to address them. One challenge that was brought to us from some of our providers, so from some of our clinicians, was how do you teach empathy to providers? So that's to physicians mostly, but it could also be to nurses and others, to patients who are experiencing delirium. Our staff are experts at how to build training, but we're not experts in every single type of training. And so this really was a doozy for us to try to figure out what to do and how to do it. And one of the things that we did in this case was we partnered with commercial gaming and other folks through contracts to come up with a way to deliver training that was not classroom, that really incorporated augmented reality and virtual reality to give people an experiential, an opportunity to have experiential learning to teach empathy, to try to influence the approach providers would take whenever they were interfacing with their patients going forward. And so what we did was we came up with a game-based learning approach. And you see it here. These are actual photos of our team members at conferences demonstrating this training to others. And we leveraged this approach to build a training where a provider could put on a headset and really experience what it's like to be one of the patients that they were treating, to really experience the symptoms that those patients faced, so that they can understand when they're communicating with them, when they're talking to them about treatment options, when they're trying to maybe get their attention, et cetera, would they be able to do so in a way that was clear, that was effective, and that really showed empathy? So instead of getting frustrated, having an opportunity to experience that would build some empathy in that provider. And so this was really successful for us as an organization. We took this to several conferences and it was recognized You see here was named, People's Choice Award at some of these conferences. It was considered Best Impact winner. But the most important thing for us on this one is our providers are saying that it's made such a difference in how they are treating their patients and interfacing with their patients who are experiencing these symptoms. And so in this case, in the past, an approach that we probably would have taken was we would have done a literature review. We would have seen what other information existed out there, and we would have created another traditional computer-based training approach where somebody clicked through slides and took a test at the end. But instead, we decided to take this different approach. And that's something that's been really important for us, is to understand that our learners see what they need and that they're maybe a little bit different. These providers are hands-on. They're working with patients every day. And so we've got to give them training that's going to help them in that environment. And so that was one thing that we did in terms of novel approach. Another thing that I'll share, a novel approach that we've taken here, is building a talent pipeline. If you're in human capital, you probably hear this a lot. It's important to build a talent pipeline. How do you do that? Especially if you're a federal worker, how do you do that without calling something pre-selection? And so the challenge that we faced in this case was, how do you create a talent pipeline of what we call ready now leaders? So individuals that if I had a vacancy today, they could slip directly into that spot very successfully, and that they would be able to go in and just hit the ground running in some of our most senior roles in the front office of our hospitals. And so this could be a CEO, medical center director position. It could be a chief of staff type of position, but people who are really running complex administrative functions in a hospital setting. And so one of the things that we started to incorporate here was we took a look at industry standards, and we said, we really, no kidding, need to do an assessment. We need to understand who wants to be in these roles. And then we need to create some competencies, understand how we would measure those competencies. And then we need to do an assessment and say, Bob is ready now. He has everything we're looking for, very confident. If he applied for an opening, he would be ready to be selected. Sally, she's going to be ready later. She is actually missing, she doesn't know enough about how to run finances in order to run a hospital. So it's going to take her a while to get ready. She's going to be what we would call ready later, because she needs to work on her people skills. She also needs to maybe do a rotation and get a little bit more broad. And so we instituted, and I'm oversimplifying the process a bit here, but we instituted this process in our organization so that it wasn't kind of happenstance, but that we had a purposeful approach to building our pipeline, that we understood what our key leadership positions were, we understood what the attrition looked like there, and that we backed up several years to say, if you're interested in that position 5 years from now, let me help you get ready. Let me make sure you have the mentorship you need to really be successful. And so a result of some of these, if the individuals get a disposition that says they're not quite ready yet, is we'll often help them. We're gonna detail you somewhere else to give you a little bit of experience to make sure that you have the experience to grow the skills you need, so that when the time comes, you are ready to step into those positions confidently, quickly, and that you feel good about it, and that we feel good about it now. For folks in industry, that probably doesn't sound very novel. It has been hard to do in a government setting, because we've had to navigate and make sure that we're abiding by all of the rules and regulations in HR and human capital, and that it is not considered pre-selection. So this is one that we're really, that's been very successful. We've gotten a lot of really positive feedback about this. It is very time consuming, but it's so important for us to make sure that we've got folks who are ready to step into those key roles. The other thing that has been really important for us is piloting new ideas, not just because we're a large organization, but because change is hard. And we've got a lot of people in rules and regulations that just say it's too hard. I don't know how to get there from here. And so one way that we've tried to address this is by introducing pilots where we can test things out, collect data, bring that data back to leaders to make key decisions before we try to roll something out nationally. One of the challenges here, and I think this ties into some of the burnout maybe that you've been discussing the last day or so, is how to address employee burnout, which is caused by burdensome training. There was an assessment that VA did, and employees said, we don't like doing all this training. It takes too long. I don't like sitting in front of my computer. I've taken ethics training every year, or maybe I've taken privacy training every year. I'm not sure that it's really relevant to my job, and it's burdensome. I would rather not take it. So that problem was handed to us, and they said, help us fix this. And so one of the things that we did here, VHA stood up this thing called Reboot, and you see there what it stands for, really focused on addressing employee burnout. Two ways. One, understanding the causes of burnout, what in our system causes burnout. And the second one is introducing new things that will help mitigate burnout. So if we can eliminate what's causing burnout and introduce new things to help you address burnout, then hopefully we are addressing burnout, building some resilience, and eliminating those things in the system that are problematic. So first we gathered data, you see that there, but the two things that our organization was really involved in and responsible for was what we called knowledge validation, but it's just test out. It's an opportunity for you to say, I've taken this training every year and I don't need to sit through and click through the training anymore. Let me tell you right now, ask me the questions, give me an opportunity to take the test and demonstrate my knowledge. So the training was so great the first time, I've retained all the knowledge. Let me test out of it. And if I can demonstrate to you I know this, I can move on and get time back. We introduced that in a pilot format, and it probably sounds silly to some people that that's something that we would have had to pilot. But again, being in an organization with a lot of regulations, it's important for us to be able to show all of our stakeholders inside and outside that we have data that shows that this is working and that our employees are still retaining the information that they're required to retain. So we've done that, and our employees are reporting back so far that it's fewer hours spent in front of a computer doing training, which to us translates to more time for our providers being with patients, more time for them being in place, treating people the way that they should, which is what our mission is. And so that's been exciting for us. And then the other piece here, and I've oversimplified this a little bit too, but is a training dashboard. We hear a lot about mandatory and required training. Employees don't love it. It's not their favorite thing. It's not my favorite thing either as the COO to have to take the required training. And there was a lot of talk about my hospital that's requiring the training. Is it somebody in DC requiring the training? Is it somebody halfway across the country who doesn't even understand my job? And there was a lot of frustration built up about this. And so we started piloting a dashboard where you could show by facility what is mandatory required training, who is mandating it or requiring it, and who has the ability to say whether it's really applicable to your role. And we have to think about the different roles in the organization. You know, in our case, should a physician, a nurse, a custodial employee, and a food service employee, are they all required to take the same training? That doesn't probably make sense. We really need to put some thought into who needs to know what skills and have what competencies, and then go from there. And so this dashboard, it sounds simple. It was a little bit complex for us to pull together because we're just so large and every hospital is doing things a little differently. We were able to pull it together, and it was just data. It's just a mirror for every part of the organization to say, what is actually required, so I can do a little bit of myth busting, and who do I talk to if I think this thing doesn't apply to me? And that's where I put in there about unmandating it too. Our role, I think, as leaders is not just to levy new requirements, but to really think through how we can help unlevy those requirements that are hard on our workforce as well. And so that's something else that's been really, really positively received by our workforce. Moving on, something else that we've piloted, again, this is due to the scalability and how large our workforce is. We have people all different grade levels, all different salary levels, all different education levels, all different job levels, really focusing and wanting to know, how do I stay here? We know that in human capital world that, you know, people, if they have higher engagement, if they feel cared for, if they know there's a path forward for them, they are more likely to stay in your organization and your retention will be higher. And we really want that. And so what we introduced here was, and this is actually brand new, we have not quite rolled this out yet, is in-person and online career development centers. This again sounds very simple, but when you're talking about an organization of our size, it was not quite so simple, but really talking about for every type of career and employee. So for every nurse, for every HR person, for every finance person. What do I need to think about in my career? What do I need to, should I broaden? Should I stay in this? Should I stay in HR forever? Or should I go do something else for a while? If I should go do something else, when should I do it? Should I get a certificate? Do I need a micro credential? Should I take training? And so pulling all that together to say, here are some things you should consider. Here's when you should consider them, and then providing them on-site support. Somebody who's there to go talk to, so that you're not frustrated and saying, you know, I've applied to jobs 7 times, I'm not getting selected, and I don't understand. And so providing you that local resource who can talk you through that. We've also introduced tools. You see here a leadership development potential tool, which is a self-report tool where you are kind of gauging, here are the things that I think I'm strong in, here are the things that I struggle in, and then comparing that to what we know leaders in our organization have, the skills that they have. So you can kind of self-assess and see, I really need to grow stronger in conflict management. I really need to do a little bit of work in political savvy. And so we're offering those into the organization as well right now as a pilot. All right, moving into just the last couple of slides here. And this one is really big for us, and it might be something that you're experiencing as well. At the top, Claudia mentioned the size of our organization. We've got about 435 employees. On a good day, when all our positions are filled, they're currently not. We are serving 400,000 employees in BHA. And when you think about that, us being responsible for that, how can we possibly give them everything they need? How can we possibly execute everything from a headquarters level? And that's something that we've been trying to do for a long time, is be the keepers of the information and be the ones who deliver everything personally. And we like that, and that feels really good, and talking with our customers is great. But we've really learned that in order to have a larger impact, we have to let go of some of that. And we, instead of being the keepers of everything and the executioners, we really have to move to a decentralized model of execution and become the architect. We have to be the people who say, here's the framework, and then we need to partner with somebody locally to execute that. That means that we need to give a little bit of stuff away, that we need to build relationships, and that we really need to partner in a way we've not partnered before, because we like that we're the people in human capital. We like that we're the people that spent so much time talking about how to build something. But at the end of the day, our impact and our reach is so small when we're the only ones who can execute in our system. And we can exponentially increase that by partnering with and pairing with other people locally on the ground. They might not have as deep of expertise as we do, but if we build the architecture of it and we hand it off to them, we know there can be consistency in what we deliver and in how we deliver it. And then so many more people get the opportunity to come through our leadership development programs, which we have many of those that we've created that are really focused specifically on the leadership positions in our organization. But if we are the only people offering that, we can only get maybe 20 through a year, 50 through a year. If we arm every single facility to do it, suddenly we get thousands of people through those programs. And so that's been a change for us that we're having to figure out. And then the centralized standards, this doesn't sound very exciting at all, but it becomes important for us because we really have to be confident that when we're doing leadership training or we're offering, it's the same as it can be, as consistent as it can be across. And in our agency, we get tasked by our congressional stakeholders often to assure them that certain training has specific content in it. They want to know, does it talk about X, Y, and Z? And if we don't deliver it ourselves, we've been afraid that we won't be able to answer that question. And so we're now shifting to this model of, I'm going to create these standards. I'm going to create national training standards. And you see kind of a little picture of that on the slide that says, whether we create training, purchase training, or partner with somebody else to create training, it has to meet these standards. And these standards are not difficult. It has to have certain objectives. If it's leadership development, it's got to talk about servant leadership because that's important in VA. And just really stating what those things are up front so that we can be very confident that it's consistent across. And we don't have to police that then. We've created that expectation. And so leaning on centralized standards, not exciting, but important, especially in an organization of our size. And you see here as well, And I won't spend a lot of time talking about it, but that there's a leadership development framework that VA has created, and that's what you see in the green bars going up to the yellow bars, talking about as an emerging leader, what does that look like? What are the behaviors associated with that as a team leader, first line supervisor, et cetera? And so all of that is included in there as well, as a way for us to arm people locally, to empower them. You don't have to come to us if you have a solution for you locally. We want to know so we can track it. So, and if it's a best practice so that we can adapt it. But we really want to make sure that the individuals who are out dispersed in the field have the tools, support, and autonomy they need to deliver training, leadership development, talent pipeline things, and solutions to our employees. That's the most important thing for us. And this is my last slide. So summary, VA is huge. Everything is a little bit difficult, even some of the simple things, because of our size. It becomes challenging for us to execute. And so we've got to get creative. And a lot of it's really going back to the basics for us. We have a lot that we deliver in terms of VA specific supervisory training, leadership development training. And it's really important, I think, for us that we've got this dedicated function just looking at that, because the people there's just so many people that we serve. And so I think that's been really important for us. Our values-based system is just vital in us being able to deliver what we deliver and how we deliver it. One of the things I didn't mention about the pilots is the beauty of them is we can have an idea and it can fail, and that's okay. That's a win for us. Now I know that doesn't work and I'm going to build it differently next time. And so piloting these ideas allows us to be fast and agile before we try to roll something out across the entire enterprise. And so that's become really, really important for us as well. And then the key to our success is down there again. It's trying those new things, partnering with other people, not being afraid to say we don't know, and then centralizing our processes, decentralizing our execution, and piloting those new ideas. And so with that, I will stop sharing my screen and pause if there are any questions or comments.
Yes, this is Kalada speaking. If you have any questions, please include them in the Q&A panel. While we're waiting for any questions, I actually do have some for you, Dr. Sawyers. So how have employees at VHA responded to the talent review process? Has that been seen well? Was there a lot of coaching or change management required to get them prepared for these discussions?
Yeah, I think people mostly like it. I think the hard part about that is, and I didn't go into detail of how we do it. There's a process there, but basically if it's happening at a hospital as an example, the hospital leadership comes together in a room and they discuss. If I said I want to be you one day, they come in and they look at my resume and they look at my experience and they look at my written statements. If there's a process that you follow, and they go in a room and they shut the door and I'm not there. And they talk about me, and then I get feedback on at the end of that. Our employees have responded really well to the idea that, one, we have a proactive approach to do this. Two, they get feedback. The piece that's harder is, you're just kind of dying to be in that room, right? Listening to say, what are they really saying? But it's important for us to have the door closed there so that they can have, really honest conversations about maybe like my bedside manner, maybe my people skills, and they might not be comfortable, doing that in front of me. And so overall, our employees have been really happy and positive about it, because it's almost always resulting in feedback and a developmental opportunity.
Oh, awesome. Great to hear. We have another question that just came in. For the centralized architecture or local execution that you talked about on your last slides, do you rely on local reporting to determine if they're meeting the standards? And then have you run into different locations seeing very different execution effectiveness levels?
That's a really good question. We've done a little bit of both. We've had some where we go out and we rely on them to report back. We're finding that's not as accurate, and they don't like it, because then we're kind of bothering them all the time. We're saying, hey, can you run this report for me? Can you tell me that you're in alignment here? So what we're trying to do is build like systems that are automated, where we'll be able to say, like, when you build a course, as an example, or when you buy a course, load it into the system just so we can track that you bought it, and then check this box that says it meets these standards, or check the box that it meets 9 of 10 standards. So that way I don't ever have to bother you. I can go to a tool, I can pull the information. If somebody gets tagged by one of our congressional stakeholders, I can get that information without ever asking you. One of the challenges that we face is an interpretation of what that means, of what any of those one standards mean. And so we've done a lot of work to try to make sure that we're all on the same page there. And I would say it's progress, not perfection.
Yes, I can definitely understand that. In addition to when you developed the training standards, was it something just based on legislation or feedback, or how did you all work together? And was it a team or a council? I think just wondering for some practical ways for others like ourselves who are listening and thinking that would help. Because as you said, HR, we like to do all of the things because we have the expertise, but sometimes it's best to share the wealth of the work that needs to be done. So what was the process for developing those?
That's a great question. We held focus groups. We had over 400 people participate in focus groups to tell us what they saw based on their different roles in the organization. We had an idea of what we thought they should be, and some of those stuck, but it turns out in some cases they had better ideas of what it should be. And so they were able to identify things we just hadn't thought of. We were using L&D terms or HR terms, and they were using a totally different nomenclature to identify what they needed. And so we did focus groups. We also leaned on, there was a government accountability office report about training that came out for our agency. I think it was back in 2016. We also used that. They had identified some deficiencies. And so we were trying to answer that question while also making it pertinent to our employees in the organization. So we leveraged focus groups to help us.
Thank you. And now I have the last question. It's kind of controversial, but it comes from my own controversial thought. I am a believer that the government SF-182 process actually limits the ability for us to truly create learning cultures because it requires so many people involved in your learning and career path. What are your thoughts on the effectiveness, or I think long-term, I think your thoughts basically about the SF-182 process that we use in the government?
I think, the SF-182 to me is like just a ticket to payment. That might be a hot take. That might not be a popular thing to say, but that's how I see it used, is that's our ticket to make sure that a credit card can get swiped for the training. I don't think it's helpful in that regard because we've got to get stuff paid for, but it becomes a little bit challenging if you want to attend a conference. What conferences do I need 182 for? What conferences do I not need 182 for? And so I wonder sometimes if there's a more efficient way to do that for payment and then for tracking. Because we have so many systems where we're tracking training. The 182 for us in my agency, and a different agency, we did it differently, but where I'm at now, we're not really using the 182 for anything other than to say that we're paying for it. And so I think that there are more effective ways for us to do it. And I do think decisions at the lowest level are best. I don't know that I need 7 people or 4 people, to sign off saying that, yeah, we agree Jessica should go to this thing. That should be a conversation between my supervisor and I, and my supervisor should have the autonomy to make that choice. It's that trust with accountability piece of it. So I think that's certainly an opportunity, I would say, for us to streamline a process.
Yeah. Well, thank you for answering my question. There's no other questions in the chat. So right now, I just really want to say thank you so much for sharing with us your innovative and creative approaches to addressing some of the challenges with an organization the size of VHA, and really leveraging not only piloting, creativity, taking risk, and data. And that's something we've talked about throughout this event, is data and psychological safety and learning. So I really do thank you for sharing, and I hope that everyone listening was able to get as much out of it as I did. And with that, we're going to our last break of the afternoon, and we'll be back at 1:30 with Amelia Ryba. Thank you again, Dr. Sawyers. All right, everyone, welcome back to our summit. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Amelia Ryba, who will be talking about our community spaces and one of our examples of a psychological safety in the workplace in action. Amelia was born and raised in Ohio, but has lived in the DC metro for the last 10 years. Amelia started working in AmeriCorps in June of 2022 as a DEIA specialist and has since transitioned to the Disability Program Manager in December of 2023. Amelia's education and experience includes a Bachelor of Science in Psychology, a Master of Science in Child Development and Family Relations, and various trainings and certificates in trauma-informed organization, DEIA, project management, and implementing change management to teams. Prior to joining AmeriCorps, Amelia worked in this nonprofit sector. While working in the nonprofit sector, she worked in direct care, case management, auditing, advocacy, workforce development, and human resources, supporting people in underserved communities and or with disabilities. These various experiences helped Amelia become passionate about DEIA and trauma-informed care, creating safe spaces where people can be themselves while also holding people, places, and systems accountable is where sustainable change happens. Amelia is a self-identified elder millennial, like myself, who both enjoys engaging in the world around her, but also is perfectly content rewatching comfort shows while practicing the hobbies that bring her joy. And now with that, Amelia, onto the screen. Welcome to the screen.
Hi, everyone. I don't know. Can everyone see me? I don't know.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, great. I couldn't see myself. And what's hilarious is I'm realizing I'm wearing the same shirt today that I'm wearing in my headshot. So that was not planned. So yes, hi, everybody. Welcome. And I want to thank OHC and Collada for inviting me to speak about one of my favorite things here at AmeriCorps, which is community spaces. So thank you for this invitation, and I'm happy to go over a little bit about the history and the purpose and the benefits with you all, and then we'll open up with some questions when I am done talking. So next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So the history behind community spaces at AmeriCorps started pretty soon after myself and the former CDIO, Nathaniel Benjamin, started, which was in June 2022. And we were coming together from kind of combined efforts of experience and desire to have psychological safety in the workplace and kind of having these conversations. Nate's experience being he worked at agencies where there were, or he helped develop psychological safe spaces, and me coming from a background where I never really had access to that. And myself and former colleagues of mine would advocate for psychological safety and never really got that. So I was like, I really, really would love to see that here, especially being in ODEIA. So we came together and developed a plan and made sure it was integral and part of the FY23 ODEIA strategic roadmap, specifically goal 4 with objective 4.3, which was developing an inclusive and internal culture at AmeriCorps and implementing community spaces. So we formally announced community spaces at AmeriCorps in a town hall in October of 2022. And about a week or two later, we officially launched it. Nate launched the first one, and I pretty much have facilitated every, except for 2, every community spaces since. Next slide, please. So what is the purpose of community spaces? Let me backtrack for a second and just identify and define what psychological safety is, which is, it is the concept that it is acceptable to take risks, express ideas and concerns, to speak up with questions, and to admit mistakes, all without fear of negative consequences. So the purpose of community spaces was to create and maintain a psychological safe space at AmeriCorps. And we made sure it was very organized, but not structured, if that makes sense. So we make sure we have a community spaces once a month. Fridays, we're also trying to experiment with having them on Thursdays so more people could attend. But it is an ODEIA facilitated program, but it is employee led. So the employees come in, it is voluntary, regardless of role, responsibilities, office, department. And we encourage people to show up as their true, authentic selves. And we don't have an agenda. We don't ask people to bring in like topics or, we must discuss what's happening in the world or in the news. It truly is wherever the conversation is led by the employees. Wherever the conversation goes, that's where we go. Sometimes the conversations can get heavy, and we do encourage people to take breaks if they need to, if they are feeling uncomfortable or triggered in any way. Sometimes the conversations are very light and funny, and sometimes that is what we need. And what this does is it allows people, again, regardless of roles or responsibilities or offices, we come together genuinely because we're coming in, being authentic, being ourselves, being able to support each other in heavier conversations. And when people decide to become very vulnerable and we support each other, we ask questions. If someone is coming from a perspective that another person may not understand, we encourage the asking of questions without judgment or without criticizing or attacking or making the person feel bad. And we encourage this authenticity and this vulnerability in the space. And also I want to add too, we never record community spaces because we want to preserve the sanctity of the space and we want to ensure people feel comfortable being themselves. And to be fair, sometimes people don't feel comfortable when they're being recorded. So we make sure we never do that. After this slide, we will go over the respect pledge, but we start every community spaces with the respect pledge, which is setting some ground rules about respect and connecting and asking questions and things like that. So once we kind of get through that housekeeping, we kind of kick off the space. It is virtual at this time, and it is the opportunity for the employees to connect with each other in a different setting, a different time of day. We usually try to hold it around East Coast lunchtime. And it is just a place to kind of connect, build community, be together. And although it is not an intentional metric or anything we're measuring, something I personally hope people take away from community spaces is they at least know they have one place to go, at minimum, at AmeriCorps. I hope they feel like they have many safe places to go, whether it's in their office, in an affinity group, with colleagues, but I hope people feel comfortable and safe here. And then I hope that inspires them to take that psychological safety and how they feel in community spaces back to their teams, back to their offices. And if they're in a management role, maybe starting to implement some of the abilities and the respect pledge into their team so they can build a culture of psychological safety in their teams. Next slide, please. So I'm sorry that a little small, I copied from our presentation that we use for community spaces, and I'm not going to read every single pledge verbatim, but I will highlight that the respect pledge does spell out RESPECT, and it is respecting differences, equalizing the space, sharing thoughts with others, personalizing, empathizing, confidentiality, and trusting each other. So I read this out loud before every community spaces, again, just to set the expectations and have the ground rules communicated to everybody. And I will read the whole thing out loud before we get started so everybody is clear and understands and agrees. And again, understands that we are responsible for keeping the psychological safety of the space, whether it is from our words and perspectives and thoughts, but then also gently holding people accountable if they were to ever potentially say something that was very abrasive or maybe harmful. Fortunately, that has not been the case. I do think people so far have come very, very respectfully and very honoring of the respect pledge and their colleagues' thoughts and differences they may have. There have been a couple of times where the conversations got pretty deep, and but again, I shout out my colleagues who lead the space as fellow employees that they always make sure that the conversation is respectful and comes back to this respect pledge. Next slide, please. So I just kind of want to highlight some of the benefits of psychological safety at work. So research does indicate that psychologically safe workspaces can allow people to share ideas more freely, more confidently, more openly. It encourages diverse thought and inclusion of all identities. So regardless of your background, regardless of the multiple identities we hold in each other, people feel comfortable and safe expressing thoughts, ideas, feelings, constructive feedback or constructive criticism about different projects, processes, systems, or if brainstorming together as a team. people feel confident that their ideas are going to be heard and respected, even if they're not ultimately used in a project or a decision. Can support retention through supporting employees' professional development. The more confident people feel, the more respected people feel, the more they feel able to share their thoughts and feelings in a safe way. That kind of, and I can speak from personal experience, that motivates you to want to learn more, do more, gain better skills or improve skills you have or gain new skills. It really kind of launches you into this motivation space of, I want to do better for myself. I want to do better for my team. I want to do better for my organization. And then it supports people in taking risks without fear of retaliation or punishment. So people feel comfortable. People can speak to issues or questions or thoughts and concerns, knowing that they're not going to be shunned or bullied, or they're not going to be punished in any sort of way just because they had an idea or a thought that didn't align with everyone else on the team or the department. So it can also lead to higher levels of performance and lower levels of interpersonal conflict, because with psychological safety, you can have challenging and hard conversations without the fear of retaliation or harm. It could reduce complaints, harassment, and bullying in the workplace, and it encourages genuine honesty and creativity, and it discourages the punishing of people for their ideas, identity, and or efforts. Basically saying, hey, we're all here, we're all human, we're all going to make mistakes, and we all have good ideas. Let's support each other, let's talk about it, let's hold each other accountable, and let's work together to do the best work we can. And as leaders, I think there's also a way to model that, because if you are modeling psychological safety in your leadership style and in your team, that again is going to motivate your direct reports and your colleagues to hopefully try to implement practices within their teams and with their colleagues, so they feel confident, safe, and secure as they are developing and growing and sharing ideas and leading projects and leading programs within the organization. Next slide, please. So that's kind of all I had, but I want to open the floor up to questions, and I will do my best to answer. So does anyone have any questions they want to ask about community spaces or psychological safety in general?
And hi, this is Kalada speaking. Remember to use the Q&A box if you want to ask questions. In the meantime, Amelia, I do have a question. So because the community spaces is open to employees at all levels of the organization, do you find that when executives show up to community spaces that the people clam up, or have people really embraced and are respecting the fact that this is a safe space?
From what I've heard, I feel like people are pretty consistent in feeling open. I'm sure there are people who have seen executives on community spaces and maybe they didn't feel like they could open up, but I would say for the most part, every meeting has been very consistent. People have felt very comfortable being vulnerable, sharing personal stories, sharing personal funny stories, and talking about sometimes difficult topics that kind of go into the work that we do here at AmeriCorps. So I have not found people, I'll say this, I've never been to a community spaces where it was absolutely silent. Even if I have to kind of kick off and warm up the conversation in the beginning, eventually people will jump in. And we have built enough of a community where people, they come to every single one and they already know. So as soon as I finish the housekeeping and open the floor up, they start talking, which I love. And I love that people feel comfortable doing that now.
Thank you. And then we do have one other question. Have you seen any negative carryover if deeply political or traumatic topics come up in the space?
We have had some traumatic topics happening in the news, happening in the world come up in the space. There has been a couple of conversations that got a little, I'm trying to think of a way to say this on the spot. So there was one time a person took something happening in the country very personally and kind of was asking people to, how are we going to fix this problem? But I was able to take a step back and look at that as this person is just very triggered about what's happening in the world, and they are concerned and they just wanted answers. And we did the best to support this person and everybody on the call in the meeting. But I would say that's not the norm. I think for the most part, even when difficult topics come up, or if a fun conversation turns into a serious conversation, we are supportive enough of each other and able to validate each other's emotions and feelings where people don't feel negative when they walk away from community spaces.
And thank you. I have a more tactical question too for people who may be now thinking we should do this at our agency. What was the investment like for you all to kick this off? Like how much hours, resources, was there any big change management? And I think the answer is mostly no, but sharing with people how this is something with a large impact, but that is completely doable. So what was the planning and creation process like for this?
Absolutely. Thank you for the last question and for this question as well. I would say that it was, what is it, the term high impact, low effort? I will shout out Nate, because he had experience from previous agencies. He had kind of the structure. I had kind of the passion and like, yeah, let's do this and make this happen. We need this. But really, once we kind of spent, I would say a couple of meetings, so maybe like 4 to 5 hours, just having conversations of what it could look like, what it could feel like. How do we present it? How do we develop a communication strategy around it? Once we got the plan figured out, like I said, I would say over time, it wasn't even like consecutive, but it was like a couple meetings over like a couple week period, several weeks period. Once we rolled it out, we made it a part of a communication strategy in a town hall meeting we were having to make sure it could reach as many people as possible, because community spaces is for AmeriCorps employees. So we wanted to make sure the messaging got out to as many employees at the same time as possible. So we developed the strategy, launched it in a town hall. Nate then followed up with a leadership email to all the executives in the workforce. And then we just promoted it. We promoted it a lot internally through our Teams channels. We promoted it through the weekly bulletin, which we have here, which is our like weekly newsletter. So my advice would be, definitely plan, definitely kind of look at the pros and cons, look at the structure of how you want to have it, how often you want to have it, and then develop a really good communication strategy on like how to announce it, how to ensure that it is a psychological safe space, and then promote it, and then be consistent in the promotion, however often you have it. We choose to have it every month. For some companies or organizations, they may feel like once a quarter or maybe every other month is more sufficient, but that I will leave that up to each in their own organization.
Thank you again for that response. We have another question.
Mhm.
Do you think incorporating something like this is doable if you don't have personnel with the existing skill set of doing these kind of group sessions? Did you seek out facilitators? And if so, specifically with what, did you seek out facilitators with this kind of experience to lead these sessions?
We did not, and we don't have any plans to right now. I will say I did have some training even prior to coming to AmeriCorps about public speaking, about group facilitation, and trauma-informed organization. So I think that gave me put me ahead of the game a little bit because I had some experience with it. But I would say if a company or organization doesn't have the funding to seek out, if you do have the funding and you feel like you want to use an external facilitator, I would say by all means go for it. But if you are a company where you do not want to seek out an external facilitator, or you want to build up an internal person who has expressed desire to create psychological safe spaces or improve their public speaking, improve their group facilitation, I would say making sure they get the training. I would highly recommend psychological safety specific training. I would recommend some sort of DEIA training and group facilitation training. And once you have someone or get someone trained up enough, at least in the beginning, to have those skills, I think that could be a person that can lead spaces like this. Because again, sometimes the topics can become very heavy. They can become, potentially they could get a little heated if people start to feel, you want to make sure you can gently redirect and diffuse situations without it becoming combative. And that does take a certain amount of training and skill set to do. So that is my advice. I hope I answered your question.
No, you absolutely did. You definitely, it's an opportunity or something you can create in your organization to build up, or like you said, if you want to go out and find a facilitator, you can, but I think
Right.
it's definitely something you can build up. So thank you for sharing that. And we always want to build skills in our organizations as much as we can to help with the future. There's another question. Were there any challenges from leadership prior to launching?
Honestly, I don't think so. I don't recall any. We had no challenges in terms of community spaces existing. I think people thought it was a good idea. And if I'm remembering correctly, because it was almost 2 years ago now, that's kind of weird. I believe Nate also briefed executives in an executive meeting before it officially launched. So there was kind of a multi-tiered, different levels and different types of promotion around it. And every time we post about community spaces, we get likes and posts from our senior leadership, including our, I've seen our CEO and our COO put a like or a heart reaction when we post about it. So we've not had any pushback about the actual existence of community spaces.
Thank you again for that answer as well. There are a few people in the chat asking if you'd be willing to brief their organizations about the program. And I think I can answer for you and say yes.
Yes.
And if you share your contact information in the chat afterwards, they can reach out to you. And our last question, I think, implementing innovative designs in community spaces can be both exciting and challenging. But what are some common challenges faced during the implementation process?
That's a great question too. Thank you everybody for all of your questions. I think sometimes potential fears or pushback or roadblocks to a successful launch of something like community spaces could be, there might be people who are not on board. There might be people, for whatever reason, I won't speculate, but for some reason, they don't want employees getting together and having kind of free conversations, which I think speaks to a larger issue. But I think the less insidious roadblock is kind of making sure that your senior leaders or your executives are very clear on the purpose of something like community spaces. And if you were able to frame and model it in a way where it's like, look, this is a space for people to genuinely connect. And if we can model psychological safety here, think about the benefits it can do for our teams in general, especially if leaders are coming to spaces like this and they're taking notes and lessons and how people interact and feel safe and connect with each other. They can take it back to their teams and build psychologically safe teams that, again, can boost retention, can boost productivity, can allow for kind of these out of box, really creative ideas that can solve real life solutions because a team feels safe. I think that's a great way to frame it. And I'll say it again, I said it earlier, but making sure you have a really clear, strong, consistent communication strategy, both communicating to senior leadership, communicating to the workforce at large, and then just ongoing consistent promotion and communication around a space like this, because you want to make sure you want as many people to come as you can. You don't feel defeated or shut down if only 10 people come. But of course, you want people to know that this is an equitable and accessible and inclusive space. So you want to make sure you are communicating thoroughly, directly, clearly, and consistently, and as often as you possibly can.
Yes. And yes, thank you for answering that question as well. I think my last question is, one thing you did mention was accessibility. So how does the community space address accessibility? Is it more by request? Like I may need captions or someone that speaks sign language, or is it already something you should make sure is included in the space?
No, that's a great question. And I have to shout out a colleague who is huge in accessibility here. She always kind of actually starts off, in addition to my housekeeping, and I try to include it, but she'll remind people on how to turn on closed captioning. I know for some systems, closed captioning automatically turns on, but for other people, we'll walk through how to turn on closed captioning since it's a virtual space. At this point in time, we have not had other accessibility related requests like an interpreter or for sign language, anything like that. But if that were ever to be the case, we would kind of move forward in that process and do what we can to make sure that everyone can join and everyone has accessibility and everyone is able to read and or listen in the way that they best can.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amelia, for sharing with all of us the community spaces. I think it's something that, like you said, high impact, low effort that we were able to offer to AmeriCorps employees. And like several other people in the chat, I've also attended, especially after some national disasters or events, and we were all able to share, support, and encourage each other. And I've never heard, and even me as an executive, I went into the space with the intent that it is a safe space and that I wasn't going to take anything out of it that I shouldn't. And I was only there to listen and support those there as well. So I encourage all of you, if you're looking for a way to create something that is high impact and low effort, that this might be a good start to enhance the psychological safety in your organization. So again, Amelia, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you everybody for your participation and questions. And I hope you have a great rest of the day and enjoy yourself at the rest of the HR Summit.
Yes, thank you so much. And now I will
Thank you.
introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Nkerika Obuchikwe, and she will be speaking on navigating the future of work, building a transformative learning environment. Nkerika is a senior executive with more than 15 years of experience optimizing organizational performance through learning, leadership, and culture transformation. Throughout her career, Nkerika has held impactful roles with Moderna Therapeutics, Deloitte Consulting, and Teach for America, which is near and dear to our hearts at AmeriCorps. At Moderna, she led the comprehensive build-out and management of Moderna's corporate university. This role highlighted her ability to turn vision into strategy and operational success, scale learning operations globally, and transform learning culture in an AI-forward company. During her tenure at Deloitte, Nkerika distinguished herself as a scholar practitioner. Leveraging organizational theory and research, she led the design, development, and execution of strategic HR initiatives for government, military, nonprofit, and private sector clients. As a Teach for America core member, Nkerika pioneered the design of inclusive educational environments that better serve the needs of diverse learners. There, she developed her passion for accessibility and became a vocal advocate for students with learning disabilities. As a thought leader and organizational researcher, Nkerika has significantly contributed to the field through speaking engagements, white papers, journal articles, and conference papers. Nkerika is currently finishing her doctoral dissertation at George Washington University and lives in North Virginia with her husband, Ray, and spirited 2-year-old son, Akimba. And with that introduction, I would like to warmly welcome Nkerika to the screen.
Thank you, Kalata. Appreciate the warm welcome. So I am going to share my screen. So if you all can just bear with me as I get this going. There we go. Yep. And then can I get some kind of thumbs up or something if you guys can see everything all good? All right, perfect. You never know when you have like 2 or 3 screens at home, right? So welcome everyone. I'm going to try to make this as comfortable and informal as possible because if you know me, that's my personality. I like to laugh. I like to have a good time, but I also I love learning, right? And I like to get into how do we make learning better for everyone so that we can have better outcomes in the world. So like Kalata said, my name is Nkerika Obuchikwe. And what I'm going to talk to you guys about today is how do we navigate the future of work? And particularly, what is the role in building a transformative learning culture so that we can enable that future of work? So today we'll explore how the landscape of work is changing. And I'm pretty sure throughout the last 2 days, you guys have heard a lot about AI and technologies and economic shifts and, social shifts. So I'll do a little bit of an overview of those types of things, and then talk about why it's imperative for organizations to foster a culture that embraces continuous learning and adaptation. And then finally, we'll discuss the drivers of these changes and the big shifts that these changes necessitate in our organizations. And then I'll take you guys on a brief journey through my own career experiences with learning transformation. One of the things that I've gotten really interested in doing in my research side is looking at the sense making that different practitioners go through as they're experiencing transformation, but as well as them being the ones that are going to put the transformation in place. So after that, I'll end with some practical insights on how you can get started in your organizations. And I'll go ahead and give you a spoiler alert that you will find that it's not actually that complicated on how to get started. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to be sharing some familiar concepts for you guys. All right. So let's define what we mean by the future of work. So this is a concept that encompasses how various forces are shaping the ways we work, the places that we work, and of course, the workforce itself. So what are these critical drivers? Like I've said before, technological advancement. Even if you were living under a rock, you wouldn't be able to escape all the changes that we've even experienced in the last decade, to be honest. So I'm sure you've heard throughout the conference that technology is continuing to redefine jobs, automating tasks, and creating whole new industries that we never even thought possible. You have artificial intelligence, robotics, digital platforms. All of these things are transforming how work is performed and enabling remote operations and creating demand for new skills. So businesses and organizations, whether they are nonprofit, private sector, public sector, all must adapt to these technologies to stay competitive. And workers need to continuously learn new skills to remain relevant in their fields. I'd like to talk about this concept of globalization and glocalization. Yes, that's a term now, right? So we've all heard about globalization probably for the last 20, maybe even 30 years. And it's just simply referring to the increasing interconnectedness of the world's markets, businesses, governments, and people, right? And it ultimately leads to a more integrated global world. There's another term that a lot of people are starting to use, particularly in academia, called glocalization. And what that is, it's the blend of globalization and localization. So it addresses the need for organizations to adapt to global strategies, to cultures and markets. So think about this, right? So let's just use a very practical consumer example. Many of us have been in an Uber or a Lyft or some type of, ride share. This concept exists all over the world. So if you've traveled, you can get in an Uber in Brazil, you can get in one in Malta, you can get in one in Nigeria, you can get in one anywhere in the world. But if you get in, first of all, the Uber, like if you actually want to use Uber, that Uber service, there are things about it that are the same, right? So the branding, the technology, those types of things are the same, but you'll always notice that it's adapted just slightly to the realities of that local culture, that local economy, those local government regulations, and so forth. So that's like a really good example of globalization, right? And this trend requires workers to be culturally aware. So you can't just run a global company and say, I'm going to implement this one size fits all model in any part of the world, because you'll actually find that people will reject it. And that's applicable to private sector businesses, but also governments. Like I remember maybe about, I would say 5-6 years ago, there was all this rage about the government of Estonia and the fact that they were able to automate their taxes completely. And, they basically use the same concept of a social security number. It's a unique identifier for every person in the country. And technically, even in America, we have this system where your employer already sends over all the information about how much you're making. And so they decided to just connect all those things together and say, any customer, any citizen in the country should be able to enter their information, see all the different W-2s that have flowed to the centralized system, and literally create and complete their taxes in 5 minutes if they didn't even have any specialized deductions. So you would say, why don't we just do that in America? And I'm pretty sure the IRS, who was one of my clients for a really long time, would tell you it's not that simple, because we have our own, just even the way that our government is set up, the federal state system, and then also the laws that we have, the Internal Revenue Tax Code, the way our economy works. You can't just take, even though that technology exists and there are parts of it that work for us today, we can't just take it in whole and implement it because of the differences in our societies. So moving on to the topic of demographic and social changes, There are changes in demographics, obviously, and I don't need to tell you guys about them because you're living them. But of course, we have aging populations. We have younger populations coming into the workforce. We have affected labor markets, and we also have new consumer bases. But we also have social changes, including greater diversity and inclusion in the workplace, and as well as the challenge to that. We're living that right now and trying to find some reality in the middle. Also, we're having to rethink our organizational cultures and practice. I will say, no matter what your point of view is in the world, you can probably agree with me that you can't just take things for granted anymore. Like, for example, if I were to engage in a conversation 5 years ago, I would have made a lot of assumptions about what people think is right and wrong and what needs to change in society. But we're finding that people actually have varying perspectives on how things are changing, adapting, and growing. And so this is now coming into our workplaces and forcing us all to grapple with it. And many people, like, honestly, I'm not one to come to you and tell you which side or which sides are the right sides. To me, as a person who studies human beings and human beings in organizations, I actually think this is what we do best. We fight, we argue, we disagree, and then we eventually come up with a solution to move forward, and then we do it again. We fight, we disagree, we argue, we come up with new ways to live. And so I think throughout time, we have seen those types of trends, but at this point, we've become more aware of it, right? It's more real, it's in our face, it's in our organizations, it's in our families, and it's happening globally. The final thing I wanted to talk about is mobility and flexibility. Again, this is another topic that's causing a lot of debate, right? So there's an increasing demand for workplace flexibility by employees everywhere because they're like, I want to live my life. I want to have balance. I want to be able to not spend 2, 3, 4, 5 hours in traffic, right? And then you have employers saying, hey, I need you to come back to work. Hey, I need balance. I need hybrid work. You also have significant parts of our economy, like the commercial real estate industry, that if they were to go down and have nobody working in those buildings, that is a significant part of our economy that would be reshaped and potentially threatened. So this is a very, very, very strong topic right now where people are debating what is the right thing. And each organization is trying to decide for itself, for its mission, for the way it operates, on what's going to be right. But again, this is a trend that is reshaping where, when, and how work is getting done. It's leading to greater work-life balance, or even just employees advocating for that. And then that in turns for organizations affects their access to a broader pool of talent. So these drivers affect not only the types of jobs available, but how organizations are structured. So let's just take hybrid work, for example. Before the pandemic, there were some organizations that were purely remote, like tech organizations, but many organizations were still over-relying on their physical presence in buildings. So when the pandemic happened, for them, that shift to virtual was significant. Like, I actually remember working with the government the week after the pandemic was declared and trying to help my client figure out how are we going to keep this government running, serving all the American people that actually need us right now. And we have absolutely no way to connect virtually besides the phone. So literally the first, I would say 3 weeks into the pandemic, maybe even 4, we were trying to solve all of these recovery operation problems over the phone with literally hundreds of people talking about how do we implement these very quick, all the COVID legislation, how do we implement this now? How do we get our tech up and running? How do we get the data going? And this was insane. And then GovZoom came around. Literally, GovZoom is an innovation that came out of the pandemic. I don't think that the government would have gotten there as fast as it did without the pandemic. And so that drastically changed things, right? Like having that type of technology available to connect your workforces for people to be able to get on at any time, visualize things, share documents, all of those types of things. So as a result of this, that required us to develop new skills. And as we started to show as employees that we could quickly develop those skills and use those skills, like think about how quickly everybody adapted to Zoom. It was a little messy. You may have seen a couple of people in their boxers, but at the end of the day, we figured it out and we got through it, right? And those new skills then helped us to think about, okay, now this is now a demand, right? Like this is a skill that we will require in all of our employees moving forward. It's no longer a luxury. It's not any type of innovation. It's now the new baseline. So let's take that same concept and apply it to what we're seeing with AI, right? There are going to be skills that it's going to become the new baseline of what employers should be walking into the workplace with. But then at the same time, there are going to be some skills that we look at the machines and we say, this is not easy for a machine to replicate or replace. So things like creativity, emotional intelligence, and strategic thinking are going to be the new baseline of what every employee, not just those working in design or working in the strategy side of an organization, should have. And additionally, future skills are important because they equip people to cope with the ongoing shift in mindsets in the workplace and to prepare for the rapid onset of more technological advances that we can't even imagine today. So it's interesting. Despite all the things I just talked about that we are seeing happening, we are living, we are experiencing, for some strange reason, we still see traditional, and I won't even say learning, traditional teaching methods dominating the workplace. So any of you who have studied pedagogy or andragogy know that we've known for a very long time that traditional teaching methods are not how people at any stage of life like to learn, not children, not professionals, or even lifelong learners post-retirement. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but one of the greatest thinkers I think in history is Paulo Freire. And so he was a Brazilian thought leader that talked about how education needed to be transformed back in 1968. And in this time, he actually coined the term the banking concept of education. So he was criticizing traditional education methods where teachers would deposit information into passive students. So let that image kind of like sink in, right? You have your students sitting there. They shouldn't say anything. They shouldn't challenge anything. They shouldn't debate. They are just simply there to receive a deposit of information into their brains. And then the expectation of what they do with it is just simply to store the information and then maybe even repeat it. In the last 56 years, we have elevated this masterful regurgitation, but what's the point? Especially in a world where ChatGPT can regurgitate better and faster than you ever could. So to me, it's a problem that even though we know it's not effective, even though we've spent probably the last 10, 20, 30 years trying to challenge traditional training methods, we still see them dominating organizational learning strategies. And I think it's because it's comfortable, it's safe, it's what we know. And in particular, if you ever attend an event where there's someone like teaching a class, your professor, your teacher, your instructor will even hide behind the podium, like physically hide behind the podium because it makes them feel safe. So I think we need a theory of change around this. And I think there's a lot of people who have actually been doing this work in organization over the last decade, but it's still a minority of organizations. So the goal should be that we transform organizational learning strategies from the traditional training models to more agile, collaborative, and adaptive methods that better align with contemporary work environment. And most importantly, we have to be comfortable with the messiness. One of the things that I get so frustrated about is when I walk into a learning program, event, what have you, and it's so clean. It's so structured. It's so formal. Everybody's in their seats. And it's just like, how is it possible that that's how you learn? And I even think back to when I was a teacher, like I'd have, if you've ever been a teacher, you have 5 bajillion people coming to observe you and your students at all points in time. And I remember people always saying in my evaluations, you have such a vibrant and dynamic class, because I actually had a thing where I was like, I want to do centers every single day. So my students are going to rotate around. I'm only going to teach for a max of 20 minutes out of 90 minutes. And I want them to practice teaching each other, teaching themselves, exploring on their own, literally all the different methods of acquiring and mastering information and practicing it. And every single time I was like, we're going to do centers every single day. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it because I think and I know that this is how my students learn best. So if we were to shift to this type of future state, I think it could help to foster a lot of great outcomes. So I think it could build continuous learning culture. It could promote agility. It could foster the ability to quickly adapt to market changes and technological disruptions. Think about how often an organization spends time just simply trying to debate whether or not they are going to adapt to what's changing. What if you had an organization that was so well primed and equipped for continuous learning and development and changes that they were like, oh, okay, what's next? I'm ready. So this is a world that I want to live in. This is a world that drives innovation, and this is a world that encourages ongoing experimentation and learning from failure. So I'm thinking that in order for us to get to this future state of learning, right, it's going to require a couple of big shifts. So the first one, and I know that this is blasphemy, and I guarantee you guys, I am a learning practitioner. I am not in here pretending to be one and then coming for them. But I think we need to start getting rid of our learning programs. Now, I get it. That's blasphemy in the field. But I think that we have gotten to a point that in the learning and development parts of an organization, all we create are programs. Programs. And although I think that we're creating great programs and people have great experiences in them, I feel like they are too structured, too finite, and too point in time in order for them to adapt to the rate and scale of change that we're seeing in the world. Also, many of these programs are so very particularly defined for a specific set of skills and knowledge that if an employee walks in either at a different stage of their journey or needing to apply a different set of skills in a context, the program becomes obsolete for them. If you shift the focus from the L&D department needs to build programs to the focus of the L&D department is to build a learning culture. So let's promote continuous improvement, knowledge sharing throughout the organization, integrating learning into everyday workflow. And that way, it's not just the responsibility of the L&D department. When you create the culture, the L&D department may create some programs, but the workforce isn't reliant on the L&D department to create a program in order for them to learn. The organization learns to learn on their own, right? They even may have the insight to say, I want to create my own program because I'm seeing something very contextualized in my space. And it doesn't make sense for the L&D department to focus on this, but we can actually, in the process of creating our program, learn, evaluate, teach, right? Literally move up Bloom's hierarchy of learning. The second thing I want to advocate for is switching from feedback to coaching. I'm not saying all of these things, I'm not saying they're bad things, but I'm just saying we overemphasize and overinvest in them. If all you give is feedback, it's not going to get anywhere. And I'm going to share a personal example with you all. So right before the pandemic, I had the opportunity to go to Nigeria with my sisters, and we had never been before. It's my dad's side of the family. We weren't raised with him. We were raised with my mom's side. And we're, of course, like sisters always do, we get to a point where we're bickering. And I tell my sister, I was like, I want to give you some feedback. And then she's like, you know what? You give so much feedback, it's pre-back. And we all started dying laughing. Like it literally broke up all the tension. And honestly, I think it's so relevant to today. I think so often, like put yourself in the shoes of a regular employee. Your manager is giving you feedback and feedback and feedback and feedback to the point where you're like, all right, thank you for all the feedback. But they're not actually helping you to build self-awareness and take ownership for your behaviors, your career, the problems you're facing, or even your team, right? They are just simply telling you what you are doing wrong most of the time, or maybe even what you're doing right, but not helping you to build that skill of self-awareness so that you can diagnose your own productive and unproductive behaviors, so that you can co-create a path forward with them, so that you can take ownership for your career and your impact in the organization. I am a strong, strong, strong believer of coaching, and I think it gets organizations much further. I think it produces better impact for customers. And I think more importantly, a person who has been coached becomes so grateful. Even if people are giving them challenging things to think about, they become so grateful for that process and knowing that they were put in the driver's seat of their own career and they had someone thoughtful and caring enough to go on the journey with them. The third major shift that I think we need to do is from change management to change agility. Again, this is another example of me saying, throw out the change management handbook. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that change management is not going to get us there, right? If every single time there's an innovation or a change, we have to sit down and think through the full change management framework and make it where it's like, it's so perfect, you can fit it on a slide. I don't think that we'll be prepared for the pace and scale of change that we're experiencing today and will continue to experience. So change management is great because it's a systematic approach. It helps the organization to deal with the transition or transformation of the organization's goals, processes, technologies. It's a very good practice, right? However, it doesn't help us to adapt to quick changes, unexpected changes. Who change managed through the pandemic? I would like to know the person who had the time, the clarity of thinking, and the ability to seriously use such a systematic approach to adapting to and keeping operations running in your organization when millions of people need it so much. None of us had that ability. And I think whether it's the types of disasters that happen in the world every single day with natural disasters, we're seeing those increase. We are seeing, right? Like there's all these documentaries that tell you that like some of us were shocked by the pandemic, but there's a lot of scientists who are like, actually, I wasn't shocked. We were just waiting when it would happen, right? Just based on the trends and how human beings are living, how close we're getting to all these places where bats live and everything else. They were waiting for when, which is why there were biotechnology companies working on something that would produce a solution faster. So there's a lot of things that are happening in our world that require us to respond quickly. And so in those situations, a change management framework isn't going to be helpful. But if you've taken the time building change agility into the organization, that then built that capability for people to adapt quickly to changes and not be so bound to rigid processes. So that emphasizes flexibility, rapid learning, experimentation, right? Like dare I say, fail fast. Like we're not going to do a wholesale, but we're going to do a small experiment, pull out a sample, see if this is going to work. And then if it works, if it doesn't, then we move forward. And then if it doesn't work, you use that data to pivot very quickly and change your strategy. So as the pace of change accelerates in organizations, we need to be able to respond quickly. And so developing change agility allows organizations to adapt faster, innovate, and respond proactively to new challenges and opportunities, ensuring resilience and continued relevance in a dynamic environment. So ultimately, my conclusion on these things, I am not at all saying throw out everything on the left side, but I am saying the things on the left side, we can take for granted when everything is as expected, right? We get a heads up that there's a change coming in 3 months, change management, right? We have an employee that just started, they don't know their bearings, it's their first job, give them some feedback. Like those things help, but those things alone without the more agile form of it and the more holistic form of it, which you see on the right, I think is going to not serve our organizations. And I'm just realizing that I skipped one, the siloed problem solving versus the enterprise solutioning. There are times where we need to just focus on our department to get out of some of our very specific nuanced issues. So I'm not talking about those moments, but I am talking about when an organization is facing a wholesale change or a disruption, or even like something as disruptive as AI. If all you do is think of AI as my engineers, my manufacturing elements, my strategy people, and my data scientists need to be upskilled on AI, you've missed the boat, right? When you think about it, enterprise solution. So the first thing is, how do we bring this technology into the organization? How do we do it safely and make sure we've done all the cybersecurity safeguards? How do we make sure our IP or our information or the PII that we protect doesn't flow outward? And then how do we upskill the entire organization to think about how they do their jobs with AI? If you took the siloed approach, you're not going to get the outcomes you need in the organization. If you take the enterprise solutioning approach, then literally everybody's learning at the same time, and those different functions and teams get to even learn from each other as they try different use cases for AI, and then they share the lessons learned. So I'm going to shift to sharing a couple of case studies with you all. So like Kalada shared in the beginning, I've had a very interesting career, and it's so funny because a lot of people often come to me and say, oh, you've had so many career shifts. And I'm like, no, I haven't. I'm still working in education. Right? It's like, so I started my career as a teacher, then I started working on adult development, and then I started working for Moderna and doing adult development in a biotechnology company. But at the end of the day, I am always working on how do I help human beings become the best possible version of themselves? How do I help them to achieve even beyond their wildest dreams of what they're capable of? And how do I drive that impact for customers, for organizations, for markets? So that is the career that I've had since the beginning. So I'm going to share a couple of case studies from each one of those. And again, this is not, I'm not endorsing the organization. These are not their words. This is based on my experience working in those organizations. And I did a little bit of research on where each one is today. So the first is Teach for America. So I remember 2008, I was graduating from college, and we're all just watching the economy just tank, right? And that's now known as the Great Financial Crisis. And interesting enough, at that time, I was thinking, what do I really want to do? So I came from a very, very, very impoverished background. I'm originally from Ville Platte, Louisiana. And that people are like, what is it near? Nothing. It is only near other small towns like Basile, Mamou, and so forth. So if you're from Louisiana, give me a. And it's a wonderful place for culture and history, like beautiful, beautiful place, but completely challenged when it comes to the basic resources of healthcare, education, any of those types of things. So when I heard Wendy Kopp talking about one day all children, regardless of background, right, will have an opportunity to have a great education and to remove that one barrier that tends to create like the disparity of the outcomes that someone faces over their trajectory. So that, from her senior thesis in college, that exploded into a movement. And regardless of how you feel about Teach for America, because yeah, I'm here for it, all the critiques, again, I lived through it. But at the end of the day, it was a phenomenal concept on learning transformation, right? And that level of learning transformation was thinking through how the policy needed to be different, how teachers needed to be treated differently, how teachers needed to be paid differently, how they needed to be prepared differently, how they needed to be developed differently, even the branding around what it meant to be a teacher. Like I remember Teach for America being like, teaching should be an honor in this country. Like imagine if you're like, I want to be a teacher, and everyone around you was like, wow, that person is smart, they are top talent, they care, they're mission driven. Like they thought through the whole concept, holistically. Like, and that's why to me, that was a learning transformation, both into their customers, right? Like the actual education system, but also internally in the organization. They had to remake themselves over and over and over again to find a model that would work, because it never perfectly worked. Because when you're dealing with children, when you're dealing with legislation, when you're dealing with 50 different school systems, right? Like 50 different state requirements for schools. It is impossible to create one model and then change manage yourself through it, right? So we can imagine the challenges that they face: teacher retention, achieving diversity, like providing adequate support, even community trust. One of the things that I found interesting was, when I did Teach for America, at first I was accepted into the Phoenix, Arizona region. And Phoenix, Arizona is actually where I went to high school. And so I told myself, no matter where I go to teach, I want to teach in an area where I know the culture, because I want to be able to show up authentically. And I want the students to know, look, I'm not an outsider. I know what you've been through, and I'm on the other side, and I know you can get through it, right? But it was interesting, the South Louisiana region popped up. It was new my year, and they were looking for volunteers to go down to the Delta and teach. And it was the hardest region to recruit for, because of course, if you're not from the Delta, it is very hard for other Americans to imagine moving to the Delta. And so I raised my hand. I was super excited, because I was like, I'm going to get to go back to my home area and give back. And so, although I had a phenomenal time, like phenomenal time. I loved my students. I'm still connected with them today. Really got into the community, invited to all the barbecues and birthdays and everything else. But a lot of my peers really struggled establishing trust and building their credibility and coming off authentic in that environment, because ultimately the students really were like, you have no idea what we've been through. You, like, even something as simple as the types of environmental challenges that they faced. Like, literally there were power plants, oil and gas plants pumping in their neighborhoods, and you could see like puffs of smoke. That would not be allowed anywhere else, right? And definitely not anywhere that most of the TFA core members were being sourced from. So the students just were like, you can't even imagine the life that I've lived. So many of them experienced those challenges of like just simply trying to gain trust to get into the classroom and really do that holistic development for their students. So despite how challenging it was, and despite all the challenges, the failures, Teach for America had a lot of wins. They expanded into 40 plus communities. At one point, it was even at 50. They increased core member diversity. So like in the very beginning, there was a real challenge that it was predominantly Caucasian, even though the communities they were going into work for were predominantly Brown and Black communities. The second part is that they improved student test scores. And then something that I think is really beautiful, developed an alumni network of 65,000 people. And what's interesting is if you go and look at the different stats, these numbers have been higher in certain times, but at this point, 58% of people stayed in the education field. And when they look at education, they look at, are you a teacher, a principal? Are you working on education policy or like education curriculum development, those types of things? So even like somebody like me isn't counted as staying in education. Like, I think that's pretty powerful to know that's 58%, 65,000 people who probably never would have ended up in education, ended up going into it, staying, and making some type of impact. So the lessons learned I've been sharing along the way. The main thing is long-term teacher commitment is crucial, ongoing professional development, honestly, for any workforce, and then strong commitment to community relationships and building that trust, right? And sustainability over time. And then, of course, if you've ever been a part of Teach for America, you know data is king. Like data, quantify everything, measure everything, and see if you have meaningful progress. I did some research and found that Teach for America it's interesting. They're seeing a decline in core member, like recruitment, and a lot of that was disrupted by the pandemic. But they're focused on enhancing teacher support, expanding leadership pathways, advocating for equity, and then also thinking about new and innovative teaching methods. And then finally, prioritizing community-centered approaches. So I'm going to move on now to my experience at Deloitte. So I spent 11 years at Deloitte working in consulting and doing client service. So I was a part of the government public sector practice. So that was serving the federal government, state and local government, as well as higher education and occasionally nonprofit and a few private sector experiences. That was a lot. Like I will say, if Deloitte does anything really well, it's learning and leadership development. I mean, on all levels. So whether it's internally, or even being a part of the learning practice that was actually delivering learning solutions and leadership development solutions to our clients, like Deloitte, what is at its core is we want to learn, we want to continuously transform the way we learn, and we want to help the world do learning and leadership better. So lots and lots and lots of changes, right? So they are reacting to rapid technological change because everyone expects Deloitte to be at the top of their game when the newest thing hits the trend, right? Like comes around the corner. Always thinking through scale for clients because they have anything from small scale clients to clients that have hundreds of thousands of employees, thinking through employee engagement, measurement, and then more importantly, how you integrate all of these things through workflows. So Deloitte, I'm sure, has tons and tons of numbers out there, but I think what's interesting about them is that Deloitte was able to launch a global learning platform and several campuses globally that not only do they develop and, create learning and transformation for their employees, but they do it for their clients. And they even do a lot of pro bono work. So like even the Courageous Principals program, where if you're a principal in a public school, you can apply to go to their program, go to Deloitte University and literally get a leadership development experience for free. And so just that continuous commitment to like, how do we grow and transform the world's leaders, regardless of what sector they work in? And for this type of thing, Deloitte has consistently been recognized as on Forbes like best 100 companies to work for. I think this year they're 15, but for the last 25 years. And what's interesting, I would say, is that when I started at Deloitte, I was an analyst and I went up to senior manager. And it's interesting because when I first started as an analyst, I was focused on learning all the methodologies and everything else. But then as I grew and as the company's capabilities for creativity, customization, all those things grew, I was designing the solutions, right? I was leading the research. And so the ability to answer client issues with customized solutions that you hand built and you use research and data to create for your client, like that capability grew over time and it was phenomenal. So I'm realizing I'm running out of time, so I'm going to be a little quick. The current focus, I'm pretty sure there's a ton of things happening in Deloitte. And I saw that you were visited by Kate Riley. I did some work with her previously, so I'm pretty sure she could tell you all about what's happening recently. But one of the things that stood out to me was the fact that two things. So one, I took my team at Moderna to Deloitte University last year because we were trying to build our own corporate university and trying to share the lessons learned. It wasn't open to the public at that point, but they shared with us, we're expanding DU. If you've ever been to DU in Texas, that place is massive. It is literally called the adult Disneyland. And so to me, I was just like, how is it possible you're expanding this? And so they were thinking through, we need to do more with outdoor learning. We need to do more with robotics and interactive and, prototype development. And then we also need more online learning. So they were, even though it was something that is considered a gold standard, they were continuing to iterate on that vision. And then secondly, in December, they announced Project 120, where they're investing $1.4 billion into thinking through future skill development, right? So how do we anticipate the market and do upskilling for future job for future jobs and skills versus just focusing on the now or around the corner. So this is a developing initiative. It's one that's getting me geeked and excited, and I'm definitely going to reach out to learn more, but I just love knowing that all the way to the tip top of Deloitte, and even if it's in economic downturn times or whatever, Deloitte is always and consistently investing into learning development, and more importantly, learning transformation. How do we keep these wheels turning? Finally, it takes me to my most recent experience at Moderna. Whew, that was a wild ride. So Moderna is a biotech company that literally catapulted onto the world scene because of the COVID pandemic. What a lot of people don't know is that still till today, Moderna has not launched a single product on its own, right? So Moderna has actually, it was an early stage research and development organization, hadn't sold a single product, wasn't ready to sell a single product. It's doing a lot of interesting studies with the government and other places internally. And then the pandemic happened. And quite literally, even though the company wasn't focused on respiratory viruses, they were able to use their platform to respond to it very quickly. So if you go on their website and read all the things, you'll realize like literally the actual Spikevax vaccine was like the sequence for that mRNA sequence was discovered in like an hour. Like they were just like, okay, give us the genetic sequence of the virus, let's type it in. And then literally this is the mRNA that we think is going to solve the problem. And then they spend time testing it and everything. And then the rest is literally the current clinical trial time. And so that became a perfect use case because the world was waiting, right? The entire world shut down, people were dying, it was causing catastrophic impact to economies around the world, and we needed a solution. So Moderna, by 2022, was saying we need to retroactively build the company that matches at this point, they're like a $47 billion unicorn, but how do we actually build the company? Because it didn't have corporate functions, didn't have learning and development, didn't have human resources, didn't have all those things. So did rapid hiring. And literally in less than 3 years, went from 800 employees to 6,000. And so my team was hired on to build a corporate university to literally match their ambition of, we want to not only upskill our own workforce, but we actually want to teach the world about what mRNA science is, because how many people are walking around with Spikevax in their body and they actually have no idea what mRNA is, right? And so that was the vision. And it was like, we have a commitment to not only investing in our own people, but investing into our patients and future patients. And so during that time, when you're working in an organization that grew from 800 to 6,000, that you realize that that's still not enough to serve a world population. And so the CEO started realizing there's no way we're going to hire our way through building this company. We're going to need AI. We're going to need technology that allows us to get 100 times what we need out of people without just fully working them to death, right? So AI became a focus pretty much as soon as I walked onto the campus. And we had like our learning team, it was very interesting. We called them digital, but our learning team and our digital team became partners very quickly in building an AI academy, a whole digital college. And it was interesting. In the beginning, we took the approach of building a program, Build Your AI Academy. And it was so beautiful and just formal. We had a partnership with Carnegie Mellon, and you did all the things. Here's your assignment, all the beautiful things we love to do in our programs. And then even though we had checked all the boxes with those things, the program wasn't rated well. And people were like, I still don't get it. So like when we were trying to look at like, okay, what are their gains? What's their growth? They're like, I still don't understand. So then we kept toying with the model. Like I think at this point, that program has gone through probably 5 iterations in less than 2 years. And it's because it was like, let's look at the data. Let's see how we can get there faster and better for different types of learners. So going from the Carnegie Mellon partnership and doing like 2 to 3 models with them, then transitioning to a partnership with Coursera so people can learn all the time and have it be virtual, then transitioning to a partnership with OpenAI and saying, let's just bring the technology into the company. And then now, instead of like having people go through like a very structured learning experience, instead, we're going to actually have them build prototypes. So no matter what department you work in, from legal to human resources to, data science and manufacturing, come into this program with your own use case on how you can improve your job or do your job completely differently. And then you learn the skills and you apply the skills at the same time, learning how to build your own GPTs for your role. And so now that's where the program is, where it's like we have completely removed the gap between the learning and the performance environment. And so at this point, the company is fully, doubling down in enhancing AI upskilling initiatives, integrating AI tools across every single business function, and of course, maintaining a high level of employee engagement and all of that. And then making sure that all of these tools are actually helping to drive innovation internally in the company, but also operational efficiency on how they deliver impact to their customer or the patient. So, I'm going to just simply say, so like I said in the beginning, you may be asking yourself, how do I get started? How do I do this? This part is not different. Like the ideas that you have and what you implement will be different, but realistically, you all know this framework already. So first thing you do is you assess your current state, right? What is happening in your learning culture? What's not happening? The second is setting a clear and measurable goal for culture transformation. I'm not saying to be very prescriptive about we'll only achieve these things, but what is the ultimate measurable goal of what you're trying to achieve? Are you trying to have better, faster impact to your customers? Are you trying to have an organization that works better with partner organizations? Like, think about what are the measurable goals that you're trying to achieve that culture transformation can help you get there. And then supportive infrastructure, right? So think about what needs to be in place in order for your learning culture to thrive. So a good example for that is what I just talked about at Moderna. Moderna needed that partnership between people who are really creative, they're designers, they know people, they know behavior change. So the learning and development department with people who are highly technical, they know ML, they know AI, they are data scientists. So that was your digital team, right? And they know cybersecurity and all that other technical infrastructure to actually get AI technologies into your organization. So even things like that, what partnerships and collaborations need to exist in your organization, what technology infrastructure needs to be in place, what leadership commitments need to be in place. Now, I will double down on that. In every single organization I shared a case study with you guys on, every single one of them, it went all the way to the top. The CEO, the board, every single organization, like organizational leader, 100% supported learning, continuous learning transformation, and put their money where their mouth was. So I will say that if you're in an organization where your leadership is not, they don't see the value that learning, like if you find yourself having to present a business case on why learning transformation will be meaningful to the organization, that is going to be an uphill battle for you. It's not impossible, but the leaders need to know already that learning is inextricably linked to their future success. And then finally, continuously monitoring progress and being willing to iterate on your strategies. Just because you have a winning strategy at one point in time doesn't mean that very same winning strategy won't become obsolete, won't become old, stale. So you have to keep iterating. Even if it's winning, you have to think ahead of the curve and say, how can it be better? How can it be more nuanced? How can it be more disruptive? And that's how you stay ahead of the game. So I am at the end. I want to say thank you all. And I'm a huge extrovert, so I love new friends. So find me on LinkedIn. Would love to connect, hear your ideas, your challenges, your disagreements. I love to debate, so I welcome it all. And if any of you have any questions, I'm not sure how this works, but I'm happy to take some questions.
Yes, I don't see any questions so far, but if you do have questions, please use the Q&A panel and I will ask them out loud. This is Kalada speaking. If not, I'll wait and see. I will say, in Karika, you provided us with a wealth of information, and you very much I think you also encourage us to challenge our way of thinking, because the traditional way of doing training and development, like you said, we've been doing it for a long time. It's also like with HR, a lot of the HR practices come from slavery. And so we just really haven't evolved over the last, decades or so to really think about how people and culture have changed. And so really appreciate you inviting us to think differently about how we approach our work. We do have one question. Going back to your vision of moving away from programs to more knowledge share structure, do you envision the L&D departments moving to a more supporting role to assist personnel to create these learning events?
See, this is hard because I think what's behind this question is also budget, right? And things that are a little beyond our control. I think I'm going to tell you my opinion here, but it's not informed. And I always like to do a little research before I answer. But I think it would be a mistake to completely decentralize learning and development. And the reason why is because I've seen people do it where they kind of adapt like the same way that organizations that said we're going to shift from a centralized HR to a decentralized HR business partner model where you work on your part of the organization. Even in that HRBP example, a lot of people have found that you kind of need both, right? Like almost like a hub and spoke. Like you need a home base that's working on creating standards, working on innovation, staying ahead of the curve. They're more focused on looking out, right? Like what is the industry giving us? What is academia saying? What are professional organizations saying how we need to change? And then how do we customize and create those things and those tools and those resources internally? But then there also needs to be a part of the learning organization that is going out into the business and saying, what's the context? What's our unique context here? What's challenging our people? What skills do they need? What problems do they need to solve? How does learning need to partner with this, right? Because especially in what I talked about, where you start to move away from those formalized programs into like actual learning solutions that's helping people do their jobs better and create better impact for the customer. It's impossible to do that if you're not in the business, right? And knowing what the issues are, what the opportunities are. So I'm going to do what my mom used to say, that where I was just a greedy child. I want both, right? So I'm going to advocate for having a centralized hub where, just like any other profession, we can stay ahead of the curve, we can credentialize ourselves, we can bring the latest coming out from research academia into the organization, but at the same time, we have a part of the organization that is staying in the business, keeping up what's happening in our context. I say both.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I definitely think that having a both and approach to how we do learning and development will be helpful. I really want to thank you so much for sharing today and closing out our summit. Next, we'll have Maylot Matthias, who will provide some closing remarks. As Ankarika did share, she is a huge extrovert and always happy to connect and share what she knows with you, and a great humble spirit. So thank you again for joining us. I will transition to Maylot to close this.
Thank you, Kalata. And just wow, I cannot think of a more empowering way to have reached the peak of this summit. That was amazing. This has really been a remarkable 2-day experience. That certainly doesn't end here, because I'm sure we are all going to go back to our offices and our home offices to ponder, iterate, innovate, evolve, all of the things. The wealth of knowledge, inspiration, and energy shared here has really been beyond expectations. It has provided us with a renewed sense of purpose and drive in our roles as HR practitioners and champions. This summit has reminded us of our why we do this work, why and how we show up, and the importance of being lifelong learners. In the ever-evolving landscape of HR, continuous learning is crucial for enhancing our impact on people, which ultimately leads to better mission achievement and results. Hearing from leaders who are passionate about their forward-thinking strategies and successes has been empowering, giving us the tools and insights to help our organizations and our employees not just survive, but thrive. Yesterday, we heard from Kara Hardin, the CEO and founder of the Practices Lab, who spoke about the performance paradox, where the things that make us successful in our roles often at the same time make us feel anxious or stressed, because as strivers, we always want to do more and do better. Kara shared some really great examples of tiny now practices that we all can take and practices we can develop over time to address burnout and continue to thrive. She also did a great job of reminding us that we are inherently valuable. Alan Sable, product manager for generative AI from ServiceNow, and Jeffrey Anoka, deputy Chico at the Department of Health and Human Services, shared some really great real-life examples of how their organizations are using generative AI in HR. Additionally, both Jeff and Alan talked about the importance of developing an AI strategy and understanding large language modules. In the discussion, considerations and skill sets helpful to enhance adoption were also shared. And we also spent quite a bit of time talking about the importance of responsibly using AI, to ensure that employee data is secure, to make sure that we are eliminating bias, and also to ensure that transparency exists between vendors and end users and regulations across the board. We heard from Camilla Smith, Senior Manager from Deloitte, and Cardell Johnson, Program Executive and Mentor of the Year at GAO, about mentorship and sponsorship. They touched on how mentorship relationships vary and can be a peer, a friend, colleague, or someone either above or below you, within or outside of your organization. They also talked about the differences of informal or formal mentoring paths and the value that both of those can bring. Mentorship generally stops at guidance and advice, but we learned that sponsorship is where the person takes an active role in one's advancement. In either relationship, the mentee or sponsee, which is a new term that I just learned yesterday, must have some general idea of what they want out of the relationship and be willing to be mentored or sponsored. Mentorship and sponsorship are just two types of relationships that are critical to advancement as we continue to focus on learning, growth, and development. I empower all of you to continue to build your network and personal brand so that you have increased access to both types of relationships. After our town hall yesterday, we heard from Joyce Adodison, President of Interpersonal Wellness Services. She brought the day full circle as she unveiled strategies to create truly impactful workplace wellness programs. We learned that as a society, we have the highest levels of stress, burnout, and mental health issues right now, and that employee wellness programs, when done right, can really help employees manage these issues proactively and translate them into significant returns on investment for organizations. Joyce shared how some of the pitfalls that can happen with employee wellness programs, and also touched on solutions to enhance usage, ROI, and overall benefits by creating holistic wellness programs with competencies and KPIs. Today, we built on many of the themes from yesterday, including psychological safety, HR transformation, learning cultures, and thriving as a human capital champion. We started out hearing from Kate Riley, a principal for HR transformation at Deloitte, and she was truly enlightening. Her data-driven presentation focused on unleashing HR's potential through 4 critical pillars: capacity, capability, community, and credibility. Kate emphasized the need for having a named change agent and a clear strategy to navigate the transformation process. That really helps in maintaining focus and ensuring that the change initiatives are effectively implemented and sustained over time. She underscored the fundamental shift in HR models where data and technology are pivotal. Embracing these changes not only enhances HR's efficiency, but really elevates our strategic role within organizations. As we move forward, it's vital that we focus on enhancing our data literacy, building our analytical skills, and leveraging technology to drive proactive HR practices. All keys to unlocking HR's full potential and continuing to be key contributors to our organization's success. Next, we heard from Kimberly Williams, VP of People, Culture, and Compliance at Walker Advertising. She highlighted the evolving landscape of legislation surrounding acceptable workplace conduct and the importance of organizations staying informed of such developments. She even talked about how her own daughter is advocating for such legislation to protect employee rights and foster a positive and productive workplace. She delved into the hidden costs of toxic workplace cultures and introduced this concept of the brilliant jerk. She shed light on the impacts that such individuals can have on organizations' culture, morale, and productivity, and shared the novel Fear Not framework to help navigate difficult work scenarios with empathy and assertiveness, fostering a psychologically safe environment for all, which has been a resounding theme in our summit over the course of the past 2 days. After lunch, we heard from Dr. Jessica Salyers, the Chief Learning Officer at VHA, who shared valuable insights into how VHA successfully built a culture of continuous learning. She emphasized the importance of not only deploying learning strategies, but also measuring their impact, thinking beyond participation or activity rates, and really focusing on the impact to the organization. Emily Ryba, DEIA Specialist at AmeriCorps, shared an insightful overview highlighting the AmeriCorps Community Spaces program and the very positive impact it has had on enhancing psychological safety in a hybrid work environment. We even saw come to life one of the many benefits of this summit, which is building connections and really sharing resources across agencies when Amelia was asked to come join a few other agencies and share a little bit about that program. And to close out our summit, we heard from learning and transformation expert Nkeruka Chobi, and who really empowered us to challenge our thinking in powerful ways to create a culture where learning is embraced. Pushing the envelope, she shared insights and practical strategies on shifting learning programs to a learning culture, transforming feedback into coaching, change management to a change agility, and really embracing enterprise-wide solutioning. And she came bearing some case studies and real life examples of how she has done this across several of her different positions. I want to quickly, we're a little over time, I just want to quickly pivot to some gratitude to extend an incredible amount of appreciation, not only to our speakers and presenters, but to Kalata Holmes, our Deputy Chico, who conceptualized, curated, and led every aspect of our summit. Kalata exemplifies the true return on investment and the value of networking, mentoring, and sponsorship. Her tenacity combined with her forward thinking and learning mindset really made these past 2 days an outstanding success. So I think I speak for everyone, Kalata, when I say we all benefit from your passion for learning and continuous growth, which you consistently exemplify day in and day out. I'd like to extend a heartfelt appreciation to Stacy Mickles and Erica Loisel, both colleagues in our Office of Human Capital, for their outstanding efforts in planning and coordinating the summit. Your unparalleled organization and enthusiasm have been instrumental. I know that I appreciate you, your colleagues appreciate you, not just for all that you did to make this summit a success, but also for your ongoing dedication in our office. And just to wrap things up, I do empower each of you to take a moment to reflect on all of the information and inspiration you have gathered over the past few days. Consider what resonated with you most, how you can apply these learnings, how you can share the knowledge that you gained, and what actions you can personally take, really kind of taking the inspiration and transforming it into impact. So as we move forward, let's carry these lessons and insights with us. The summit may be ending, but the journey for learning and growth continues. So thank you for being a part of this transformative experience, and really appreciate you all joining and sticking it out for a few extra minutes. And with that, I will conclude the summit. I hope you all have a great rest of your week and have a wonderful holiday weekend. Thank you so much.